Hello, Krabeni. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. You qualified for the Plains match through forfeit of your opponent. Do you feel like that match would be easy for you, or it could get any complicated?
We played against them yesterday, so based on yesterday match, maybe it could get complicated. So it's good that we get forfeit win, I think.
So you were happy that in your schedule you had maybe some free time. Did you use that free time in any proactive CS2 way, or did you just chill after that cancelled match?
I think we just take a chill. I think we didn't do nothing. We just have the break for the day.
You are seen by many tier 2 teams as the most complicated opponent. Everyone is saying they want to dodge you in this play in a format. How does that make you feel? Because you are considered as the biggest favorites of the tournament.
I mean, if teams are scared, of course it make us feel good. But if like we still like we know that we are like maybe one of the best tier 2 teams, but we still doesn't mean that if you play against some bad teams, you know, we will say, oh, it's easy or something, and we will not give our best, you know. But yeah.
You're playing K9 in this play-in decider. How do you see them as the opponent, and did you play them in a recent time?
I think we played them before some months with the old lineup, and we beat them. But I don't know. I think it's gonna be a tough game, and hope the best team win.
Yeah. How do you see this format? Because this format might be cruel if you are successful in the Swiss stage, and then there is one BO3 and you can be out. So how tough this format can be for you, and how hard it is to keep focus on this one important BO3?
I think it's, of course, it's, you know, like, for example, some teams win 3-0 in Swiss stage and then they lose. For example, Passionate, you know, they win 3-0 and then they lose. Of course, it's a bit sad also if it goes like that. But I think for us it's fine because I think we can control the emotion also good, the pressure also, I think, in these matches, because lately we had some finals, some important games, some good teams that we played, and I think we show good. So I think for us it's fine, I think, in this game.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for this important match.
Thank you, Sia.
Hello, Ponček. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. For you as a team, it's a pretty rough tournament so far. Why do you think that is so as an analyst?
Like, we had a rough start. Like, it was a BO1, so of course, like, there is a lot of surprises in the games. So yeah, like we started the tournament on the back foot, but we managed to like come back kinda, and today we are fighting for the spot. So like overall, like we are still in the game. So hopefully we can make it. So yeah.
Yeah, so far you came back from 2 maps where you could have been eliminated. How nervous you are personally when you are seeing those games, because you can't influence it. It's on the players at the moment.
Yeah, like it's hard. Like I'm always getting nervous watching guys. I cannot hear them most of the times. And when I'm watching the games on like on the streams or whatever, yeah, I'm fully nervous. I'm sweating a lot, and yeah, but like in the end of the map, like I need to stay calm and say to the guys that okay, guys, like we have like next map or whatever. Like we need to be calm. We need to like refocus. We need to reset. And yeah, I'm giving them some hints, ideas, like game plan for the next maps. So
yeah. Yeah. What does your training schedule looks like right now? Because there is many competitions, many matches. So how hard it is to fit some training, some scrims into that?
I mean, right now we are at the boot camp, and we have a lot of games during this boot camp. Like I think like for now we didn't have a full practice day on a boot camp. Like we've been there for 4 days already, and it seems that like we will only have 1 day of like full practice during this boot camp. So it's pretty rough, but I like it. Like there is a lot of work, like especially for me as an analyst and Barry. But yeah, like I enjoy like playing a lot of matches. Yeah, like it's fun for me.
You're playing Navi Junior in this decising BO3 for the LAN in Prague. Every other team said that they don't want to play Navi Junior in this match because they see them as the biggest favorite of the tournament. So are you a bit sad you are playing them, and how prepared are you for today?
Not really. I'm not sad. I'm more excited, I would say. I watched them like we always. I mean, I think we played them like 2 or 3 times, and it always was a close games. So I'm pretty excited for this game. I think we are well prepared, and I think we will get the spot this time.
Okay. Good luck with that. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the match as well.
Thank you.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady, jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull. Co? Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa i IHF v ledním hokeji.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. It's time for our final match day of the online season. Our final matches to decide who is going to be going to the LAN finals. Yesterday we saw 2 teams in 500 and ENT make their way forward. Now 4 more remain to join those 2 squads. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne once again here to close out the season. It's been a hell of a ride so far and we're only a few steps away from seeing who is going to Prague.
Yesterday was a prime example of looking at teams that are giving it absolutely everything. We had a barn burner of best of 3s yesterday, and I'm looking at today and I'm thinking it's got to be replicated. It's got to be the exact same outcome.
Indeed, of course, everyone looking to make their way into the LAN finals and the Swiss stages, deciding whose of our top 8 teams will now compete here today. And now 4 teams do remain. I mentioned, of course, the results from yesterday, 500 beating Passion UA and ENS beating Partizan. A 3-map affair for the first best of 3 and an overtime bonanza in a 2-0 for the ENS boys. They've done extremely well, of course, to make their way in. Now Fnatic Junior versus 9 and Fnatic versus Dynamo Eclot will be the 2 matches that will decide who will join those 2 squads as our top 4 in the tournament. And look, you can certainly say that there's favouritism for a couple of teams on paper, certainly favouritism towards one team in practice in terms of today's best of 3s, Dwayne. And I think a lot of intrigue in terms of if there's going to be any recoveries from the opposing forces today.
Well, I look at Eclot and think they were the only national team coming into what is a national local scene tournament, so they've got to be winning it, surely. Like, you've got to have the expectation that if there's no sinners, if there's no unity, if it's only us, well, then we've got to have some Czechia representatives in Prague.
Well, having gone 3-2 in the Swiss stage, they're taking on a 3-0 team of Fnatic on that last match of the day, one that I think actually will be the closest affair that we're going to have in today's proceedings. But as you saw on screen a moment ago, we start things off with Navi Junior versus 9. Now, Dwight, I want to start this game by sort of posing up a theoretical question to you, right? You've got 2 teams in the context of a matchup. You've got one that's a very experienced squad. You've got a number of decent players on their board. You've got a decent, a decent little bit of experience, even if it's not the highest level. And then on the other side, you've got an academy team. Now, who would you typically expect to be the victors of that kind of, or the favourites in that kind of head-to-head?
You certainly would think 9, wouldn't you? You've got players that have played at majors, but absolutely not. Navi Junior may have an average age of just 18, but my goodness, are they not only a top-end Tier 2 team, but they are making threats in almost every single tournament right now. Teams are afraid to play Navi Junior at the moment.
I mean, you just heard it in the interview right there. Everyone's saying they're one of the tournament favourites, and I have to say that we've been putting Fnatic and ENS as the highest prospect. I think given how Navi Junior have played around the last couple of weeks here, I think that we may have been sleeping, you and I, on Navi Junior, is not putting them as the 3rd team within that conversation in my eyes. I think that had they not been under the Navi organisation, they actually may have had a decent chance to make it to the major with the form that they're on at the moment. And we know that they've been a little bit average, and since the start of the year has been improving up until this point. But now you've got players like Makaze being discussed to potentially Tier 1 call-ups. Like, I think that this team is only limited by the fact that they are an academy side and associated with a big org like Navi here. Like, they truly have hit some of the highest of highs that you can get.
And the one thing that they don't have, though, is LANs. Now, I was having a look under the Navi Junior banner, and I thought, okay, how many LANs have they been to? Because the team itself and the iterations have probably been going for a good 4 years or so. They've been to 1 LAN, and that was the We Play Academy League Season 2 back in November of 2021, when it was Fear and Modesty, Hetrick, Flamey, and Unkere. Since then, no matter what iteration Navi Junior have had, they haven't been invited to LANs, they haven't been qualifying to LANs. All they've been doing is playing online Counter-Strike, and I'm sure with this newer-looking roster, with Coolio leading from a head coaching point of view, this is where he's got to try and get a team to replicate online performances and translate them to LAN.
Yeah, and on the other side of the board, you've got a 9 squad who certainly are no inexperienced members. As I mentioned before, you would expect these guys to be the on-paper favourites, but they've been on-paper favourites for a little bit in terms of being a top-end Tier 2 team. I don't think 9 have achieved that. They have been a squad that have obviously seen a little bit of potential in those individuals, but when you're struggling against squads like Maestro, there's a problem there, I think.
For 9, if this match was on LAN, I would give them the benefit of the doubt every single day. I'd say they're going to cook Navi Junior. But being online, I don't think they've got the depth. I mean, the talent pool that they've got in the roster tells you that we would expect so much more. Now, in terms of a veto, Navi Junior normally always ban trains. We should probably be expecting that. In terms of the picks, I think it should be Inferno or Nuke to be coming out for the 9 side. And then for Navi Junior, they love their Ancient.
Inferno decided upon by the international squad, and yes, Ancient, of course, 40 times played in the last 3 months with a 75% win rate. That alone speaks wonders of the danger they're going to have on map number 2. Dust 2 will decide it all as well.
I look at Dust 2 and I think We don't get as much play rate from the Navi Junior side as we do in some of the more higher maps played in the pool for them, but it's still a positive. 8 wins, 6 losses in the last 3 months, 9 negative win rate, 9 wins, and only 10 losses for them. Kind of look at Dust2 in the recent history and say, well, 9 just played a best of 3. They took on Bondik's team of Favbet and CCT, and in that best of 3, what map did they pick? But Dust2. So at least they're on the day going into a map that they're quite comfortable in, a map that they can at least look at and say, yeah, we can give Navi Junior a good run for their money.
And certainly you have that basis of recency bias, but I also look at that Favbet matchup and I'm thinking to myself, man, 9 of the caliber of players playing push to 3 maps against a team like Favbet, like that doesn't mean of a very confident team at the moment, and that's why I kind of have Navi Junior as my favourites by default, at least in terms of my predictions, right? Like again, you should be looking at a team like 9 and expecting them to do decent work, but I just haven't seen that yet from the boys, and you know, I have to continuously ask the question, like, why is it this way? Why are we constantly talking about this team as being a disappointing roster? Like, what's the issue within 9 at the moment?
It's difficult to tell because, let's be realistic about it, creating new international projects are never easy. We always have this conversation in Tier 2. This is a brand new core. It's not as if it was the same core with a couple of different pieces. Farfen, Bobek, and Kragen all joined at the start of this year. They're working with an in-game leader that most of them have never worked with before. They're working with an AWPer that they've never worked with before. So it's a lot of different pieces in different levels of Counter-Strike trying to come together. I think for 9, they can be very satisfied with what they were able to do at Level Up Lund, getting a grand final placing on LAN. But online, it has been underwhelming and it has been disappointing. And I'm sure the players know that they deserve a lot more, that they should at least be in the running to being a top-end Tier 2 team and be in the conversation as a team that could qualify to LANs.
Well, if you're going to be a top-end Tier 2 team, you have to deliver online in my eyes. I know that obviously LAN is the most important competition that we have, but if you're going to make it to LAN, you have to do well in this kind of environment. And Tipsport do agree with us, Tweg. They're backing Navi Junior as the odds favourites, and you have to respect them as to why. This team has a lot of hype around them, and they've earned that hype, and I am going to predict them to win this series. Just a little spoiler for how we're going to start off this matchup, because, look, I've lost a lot of faith in 9. I looked at this team, and I looked at this organisation, looked at the international projects they've had, and I've said they're going to reach a high point at some point, but I just don't think that high point is now, if it even is reached at all.
I don't think I've lost faith in 9. I just don't think that they've got what it takes to win today. I look at Navi Junior, especially with the line of being able to win in under 2.5 maps. I think they could get a 2-0 today. I look at how they've performed against some top-end teams in the Tier 2 landscape, and quite frequently we are seeing 2-0s from them. Very few series in their tournament wins have been going down to 3-mapper affairs.
Yeah, the only reason why I'm not going to go 2-0 to Navi Junior is because that Inferno obviously is a 3-map losing streak from those boys, and the reason why some of their series have gone to 3 maps is because they have lost out on Inferno. So I at least have that much going the way of the 9 side, but I don't see them holding much candle on Inferno, on Ancient rather, I should say, and Dust2 I think should also be taken by Navi Junior. So again, a lot of favoritism towards the Academy side. I think they're going to land for the 2nd time in their existence and the 1st time for this set of 5 players as well. I back them quite heavily. I think they're fantastic. And I think that fantasticness is going to show up here in this best of 3.
0 lands on HLTV and Liquipedia for both Demon and Sentry. So this could be history being made for Navi Junior today. They've looked incredible over the last, I would say, handful of months. They've really had an uptake. And even in the last handful of weeks, they've won 11 out of their past 14 best of 3s on HLTV, losing only Spirit Academy, who just won a local LAN in Russia, losing to Passion UA, who we've seen can peak very highly with their new players, and losing to Paravision, which is Jamin Kickett. Outside of them, they're beating everybody else that's in front of them.
And that level of just unfettered just excellence, I think, is just something that has to be praised for these boys. Again, I see them as a very high regarded squad. I wouldn't be shocked if after the major teams and Tier 1 teams, or Tier 2, Tier 1.5 squads are going to come down and try to see if they can pick up these players, because they are fantastic, and they are off underway for our first matchup of the day. Navi Junior taking on 9. It's a straight shot from Jukes to kick things off. Mantu has fallen. Back to wave for Demon, who will get back towards the fountain. Flashbang off. Bobek trying to challenge against them. Seeing 2 individuals, getting none of those kills. Farthen with only 1 trade. As Sentry gets a couple of duty kills. As Graveni gets a double of his own as a pistol win. Confident from Navi.
And 9 have won just 4 out of their past 8 best of 3s on HLTV. They've lost to squads like Passion UA, Ecstatic, ENG, even TNL most recently. Being tested in best of 3s where you go up against the Favbet side. I mean, that's only a series that's just concluded, so you haven't had a huge amount of what I would say downtime to get yourself ready for a real cool, important series. I mean, Ponchek was there on the interview. He's the analyst. I'm sure he's been watching as many demos as possible, because on HLTV, there is no meeting between these 2 squads.
No history to pull from. Unexplored territory in this moment. Good starts from 9 at the very least to try and force out the issue here on Inferno. So the force bites of the second round are going to return the favor as they pop up Banana and rip apart the B defensive. Navi Junior still have a weapon advantage, but down a man outside the bomb site. Difficult retake to make happen.
Should just be a save here for Navi Junior, unless something presents. The problem is you've got a CT smoke and you've got a defib smoke towards construction. Another smoke goes down towards Spawn. Yeah, this should just be a save for me.
No more time left to act out from the CT cross. Jugs, it does fall back in the end. No too much time has ticked away. They don't have to fuse kits, so just looking for exits at the moment. I put a little bit of damage on towards several players. In fact, does take Farthen down. I think Rawls will escape the bomb blast just in time, however. Well, no, he doesn't, so it becomes expensive still for the 9 side, but they've still forced back a forced buy and won the second round, one apiece.
Every time I watch this 9 roster, I'm always watching out for Farthen in important matchups to be able to deliver. He's their star player, he's their best rifler. He's a guy that's played 53 LAN tournaments. You think back to the PGL Antwerp Major in 2022. He's played plenty of Pro Leagues. He's played IM Dallases and Katowices and Colognes and Rios. He's been all around the Tier 1 space with Big. It's about getting 9 back to a LAN qualification, getting them back to at least a competition that they can look at Level Up Lund, they can look at Conquest and Prague and say, okay, even though our online results might not be the best, we're at least getting ourselves in the LAN circuit early in Tier 2.
One of what will be few and far opportunities here in the Tier 2 LAN space. Plays another force back of Navi, who are trying to insert back into this next round and reset the T-side economy as soon as possible. A battle for momentum, a war of attrition. And right now, 9 are looking to try and lead upon here. B-side attack comes in once again. Makazi gets this killed back. Rules is the first to fall. Demon and Koreni going to hold a couple of decent fights back. The SMG and Makazi gets another kill out of his position. Demon hearing them coming, doesn't know the focus on sprays. Very messy in the back lines. Teammates do come in from CT cross though. Sentry, here's one. Farthen can swing back to Domin, and Krabeni is left to see 3 smokes. Does that go down to the same position? Either way, they've used them all. They've blocked the angle. 2 versus 3, although Mantu peeks ahead of that smoke, gives himself up. Advantage has been negated.
And now, because of all those smokes going down towards Spawn, there's no way that the T's can time stall. They don't have the util to try and block the retake out.
Marvin has to place that flashbang pretty much perfectly. Bobek backed away from. Hearing both sets of footsteps. Krabeni to challenge. Jugs and get caught by Bobek. Swing forward of Krabeni, gets his kill back, unawares of where the second man is though. Will fall to his back being turned. The 9 can extend the streak.
Navi Junior had themselves a pretty good setup there on B. You've got 3 CTs, Bakazi doing a decent work, amount of damage, the MP9 gets in with a multi. It's just that FAMAS on the backside couldn't quite get the timing. And then Farthen, I mean, this is a really uncomfortable duel, aggressively towards Spawn. It's one of those plays where if you go aggro and it doesn't work out, you may have just lost it for your team. But sometimes you need that X factor, you need that moment, and that's exactly what Farthen capitalized on.
Well, the tactical's called in by 9 here because they have lost a number of players and therefore a lot of funds. Means that things might not be looking so confident for them, although I'm not seeing a buy-in from the Navi Junior camp. Take a minute to think about this of their own right. They've done pretty good work so far. Just need to usurp the squad when it does come to pass, or maybe the rifle rounds will give them the best opportunity to do so.
You look at 9 as an organisation and you think, okay, what are the last 3 LANs that they played? Level Up Lund in April. Before that, ESL Pro League Season 18, September of 2023 with the Polish roster. And then before that, the Gamers 8 event in August. So there's been a big dry spell, hasn't there, between what the Polish lineup was able to achieve and what their international projects have done.
Very successful squad, Poles. Called into the ENT lineup before they got picked apart and replaced with other elements.
Well, it looks like they're back because I've seen them participating in this cup that's coming up soon, and it looks exactly like old 9. They've got the old Monty core back together plus the 9 pieces, so they might be trying to run it back.
Well, I guess we'll see whether they'll find the success of 2023. Modern day 9, however, have their own goals to focus on. A very different direction, a very different chapter in the story. Navi Junior, the beginning of their own stories. A lot of these players, the majority of them, in fact, have come through Navi's youth system, their academies. Backstabbing, Farman should be able to find these. I thought you got that flip for a second, but no. All good. All fine, all fight life of 9. Navi up to the rifle by now.
And it would be a great opportunity for Coolio to try and see if he can send the young boys into a LAN tournament, because he was an ex-pro himself, and he got to travel around the world a little bit, not massively. I don't think he had the most successful Tier 2 careers, but he participated in quite a few of those ISF World Championships, 2022, 2023, 2024, in fact. Played on, the V4 Future Sports Festival. I know that was in Hungary, but that was an international LAN with a lot of European teams. He's someone that was a known name in Tier 2, someone that had a reputation. And now when you're coaching a squad that really don't play LANs, that's the opportunity to try and give that impact to them.
The successes with this Navi Junior squad have been very apparent in latest proceedings. Obviously won that Yellow Compass event. Most recently, the team obviously won the Thunderpick qualifier. And that closed qualifier later on in the year. I'd love to go to Prague later on this month as well. Find the LAN success that this team would love to make happen for them. Minute to play with still for 9 on the T side. Slowed it down on Inferno. Navi Junior just hunkering down to receive.
We've seen 42 best of 3s being played for 9 in the last 3 months on HLTV, and only the 10th time that Inferno is being picked. Typically we get Train very often in best of 3s, but a permaban for the opposition, opted against the Nuke. They've gone into the Inferno, and perhaps you're right, 3-map losing streak for the Navi Junior side. That's where Rules has looked at it and said, we prefer Inferno over Nuke.
Key weak point in the opponent's map pool. Sentry leaning forward. He's taken down Bobek, who got the first strike on Grabeni, but eventually he will fall back. Mantu, Makazi, rather, I should say, doing all he can to resist on the bomb site, but runs out of ammo in the end. Extension from Rules here. Mac 10 behind the truck. I don't think he's going to get detected. Yeah, he's playing it like the veteran he is. Gets the kill on Demon. And 1 versus 2 now for Jukes. Those of the Mac 10 should be roughly aware that there's a player on the bomb site, but the question is the reposition. Is he gone to backside? Is he gone to Coffins? Is he going to regroup at CT? And all these things to have to work through with no kit in place, no time relief. He's going to back up and save the M4. The T should get their way out towards CT spawn. And I will extend upon this advantage 4-1 now.
And it might be the same sort of sentiment of what I was discussing yesterday, Jay, in that 500 Passion series, in which Passion, yeah, they may have been on a bit of a hot streak. They may have been able to beat some decent teams as of late. But Mickey Mouse Cups, right? It's not the same pressure of being in a play-in game. I think for Navi Junior, you can say, yeah, they've won Thunderpick. Yeah, they've been able to win Yellow Compass, but have they been in a best of 3 that will qualify them to a LAN? Not yet. And every time they've been in some of these qualifiers where LAN is at least approaching, they've not been able to convert. I wonder if that will make a difference in this best of 3 versus 9.
I think the one thing that Navi Junior have that a lot of the Tier 2 teams don't really have, though, is consistency in these online cups, because you never see them dipping outside of the top 8, top 4 sort of region. I mean, even the Bucharest close qualifier, which they participated in, they made it all the way to the final match of the groups before losing out to OG, who went on to qualify for the major, as we all know. Even that Thunderpick run, they were able to take down some CIS staples like Astrum, Sashi, even on the downturn. Ecstatic had a hell of a run in that competition, and they also fell to 9. Or to RB, rather. They're not beating chumps, I can tell you that much. See if they can make 9 look like chumps when they get the rifles back, because this is a half-by round.
9 have done a good job of being able to consistently stabilize map control. Navi Junior aren't really fighting for banana. They're not really fighting for brackets. We've just seen brute forces from both the util standpoint and just the protocol. It allows Rules to have a really open playbook. When you get a lot of space, you get options on Inferno T side.
Farben actually gets caught off guard by that 5-7 as Makazi wins an engage. But the only player on that A-bomb site means that the rotations are going to get cut back by Bobek. Bomb should commit, should get planted. Only one casualty is all that they should suffer here on 9.
Not about a difficult tournament run when we talk about the Conquest of Prague. Their opening game against Cubic, a full Kosovo team rather than just a couple like there is here on Navi Junior. 11-13 on Ancient as a loss. Went up against Sashi, 11-13 on Inferno as a loss, meaning that they were 0-2 down in the Swiss. They had to bounce back against, what, Imperial Valkyries, Maestro, and Gun 5. The last 2 best of 3s being tested to all 3 maps.
It was that Maestro match that really had me like rubbing the sweat off my brow. Even if 9 have looked disappointing, the players there should be much more competent than to allow that team to push it as far as they did in that best of 3.
No, come on, really?
Maestro?
Yeah.
Why didn't Maestro push 9 to best to 3 maps? Like,
but they're not dogs. I mean, they're still somewhat experienced players. I feel like anyone can beat anyone in a best of 3, at least taking a map. I mean, they didn't get tested in map 1 or map 3 at all, did they? They only got tested on 1 map in that best of 3.
I'm not as convinced, I'm afraid.
I think you're just a bit harsh, Jay. I think that's come out of you recently. Just hate everyone. You just...
Hang on, you've known me for how many years? You've only just figured this out?
But I feel like you used to give teams leverage and understanding and a pass at sometimes, and now it's not.
You take enough of my belief and you betray that belief, you're going to get the harsh side of it.
Okay.
I'll tell you that much.
All right, then.
Tactical pause in from Navi Junior as their first is called out, and they get their second set of rifles in for this game, round 7. So they're stuck by a 4-round margin for the 9 side. There's one thing I can praise them for, it's so far so composed on this opening. First quarter, able to deal with Navi and what they throw at them so well. Cemetery taking early damage to Farben. Perfect example there up in the long position. HEs, incendiaries, block them away from the brackets entrance.
Just to give an idea on some of the experience, the most experienced player in terms of maps played on HLTV for Navi Junior is Krabeni at 466. Farfen has 1,872, and Rules is also up there at 1,800. And Rules participated at what, the first 2 ever majors that we had in CSGO?
And very well experienced. It's the one thing that 9 are going to have over Navi Junior here. All of these players have some kind of background that they can pull from in years back, in fact. Some stretching too, as you mentioned, the first major, some relatively recently in the breakout space. Nine going to combine their powers to an execution on this A bomb site this time. They've got 3 rifles to contest with on the Navi Junior camp. 30-second mark, sees the utility coming in, flashes out. Demon still caught by a kill. Juke's over 1 with a numbers game. Krabeni locked out by the Moto smoke. Probably better for him to fall back and save his gun. Doesn't even get the chance to do so. And Navi Junior getting beaten very quickly and effectively here on this opening map of the 9 pick. Swimmingly going.
I know that CT side of Inferno can be quite gambly in terms of the majority maps in the pool. It is difficult to work map control and hold on to space, but to me, they just feel a little bit too defensive at the moment. They're struggling in the mid-round to retake top banana or maybe have an aggressive play into brackets or out there to the boiler angle. They're getting themselves into a position where they're sitting back defensively on the majority of the bomb sites and they're not cross-firing strong enough against one another. And they're just getting hit by exec after exec. And you go back to think, you won pistol super cleanly. I mean, almost everyone is falling instantly on contacts. You go into round number 2, you get rushed into B. It was, what, Makazi and Benny that was holding that sort of top banana car line. They get overwhelmed, rounds done. From that point onwards, it just started turning into a streak of a lack of competitive rounds.
And that streak will lead 9 to have minimums at the turn of the half, no matter what happens. Navi Junior, best they can do is go all set even against them. Orps on Mantu and Sentry on both sides of the board. Sentry's Orp is set towards the apps himself. Expecting there to be some sort of T-side contact. Jugs is there to swing offset contact, flashing to his teammate. Ring shot out. Farvan takes a lot of damage, but gets the kill in. Rules can follow up on Makazi as well. Krebeni gets one trade back, but it's only a 2-for-1.
Considering how aggressive Farfan's been with some of these matchups, he is 10-4. He is performing excellently towards Boiler and A. Kragan starting to see if he can get a little bit more pace. Demon getting on the front side of the CT. Smoke is being watched by the Orpa. The trades are good here for the CTs, but Krebeni can't do much to stall.
And he's done fair amounts though. 27 HP with 2 kills to his name. Bomb plant for Bobek. Won't swing to deny it. He'll wait for Sentry to make his move up. The AWP be in his hands though. HE is trying to come close. They know that Farvan's been damaged up there. 21 points of health for him in play. Flashbang in towards long. Krebeni's going to have to dive out of position. Want to swap between the two weapons for the two players. And yep, M4 now for Sentry, but Incendiary comes in. Bobek staying hidden from the Orpa. Time's ticking. They still have a kit in play on Sentry. Coming up towards the bomb. Smoke comes forward. Krebeni saves his teammate. Bursts fire, and they're covered off as well. Farvan switches to the AK. He's going to spray in. The HG will reveal both of the individuals. Getting Krebeni in the mix as well. And Navi Junior, good attempt, but not to be a retake. 7 in a row now for 9.
Farfan just looks so calm in that 1vx. You know that you got a HE, so even if they start putting some pressure on, as long as you break open that smoke and you give yourself cover, there's just going to be no way that they'll be able to stick. I mean, for Farfan, he sort of exposes the angle to get the HE out there and then instantly starts tucking. Really well played. Navi Junior, a bit of a flat start from them. I think they'll look at the majority of rounds and say we haven't had too many chances, and then even in that one, in the 2v1, you're just not converting.
Quick out of the gate for Makazi. Teammates all making their way into Banana, and they're trying to rip down the T-side line a bit more so, but Navi Junior sticking around a bit too long. Makazi caught out in the open as he tried to put the smoke in, waiting for it to bloom against the Molotov. And Bobek, meanwhile, in the brackets, going to fight back onto Demon. His own swing for aggression, but not for a casualty. It's 12 HP, the man that remains in play. Jugs counting U2 into the apartments. Prague in close range of the Orb. Misses his shot at point blank. Mantu quickly got on the trade, so 9's training game continues to hold its position, continues to hold this round streak. 8 in a row now.
It's starting to get ridiculous because this is meant to be a top-end Tier 2 team versus a middle-of-the-pack Tier 2 team. And you can say what you want about the best-of-3 veto, opposition map pick. You don't have an 8-1 scoreline in a playing game that qualifies you to land. This is a super slow start from Navi Junior.
Let's take a look at the record for Navi Junior and just discuss that a bit more in depth, because Inferno, as I mentioned, was not a very good map for them. Their last 3 map losses have been the 13-6, 13-7, and 13-9 to Rush B, Eclot, and Ecstatic. The last 2 maps came as victories over Sky Fury and Favbear. And you've got a couple more losses to Sinners and Alliance. Good win against Sinners. They trade blows against that one, and Game Agents were the oldest victory that they have on record. So when you compare the level of the squads that we have between the wins and the losses, you can see a very clear pattern of beating the teams that you should be beating and losing to everyone else.
Yeah, well, I would disagree with that one. I mean, take that grand final they had against Ecstatic, right? The Thunderpick World Championship. That's a tough matchup when you're in a final against a team that's on the rise. And you at least contested in that first half. Yeah, you might be able to say that you weren't able to push for double digits. You still were able to get a 6-6 first half. Where's that now? Where's that competitive nature? Yeah, Inferno might be one of the weaker maps in the pool, but when you're a top-end Tier 2 team, you should not have weak maps, even if HLTV record shows it.
There's a strong one for the 9 side, and they're proving it here and now.
Well, is it? Because I sort of said that they don't normally pick Inferno. I wouldn't even say 9 are a strong Inferno team. I'd say that this is middle of the pack for them.
Well, I mean, the scoreline speaks for itself in terms of this context.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because I would look at Train as being their #1 map. I'd probably look at Nuke being their #2, and then Inferno as their 3rd. And again, as I mentioned earlier, they've only picked Inferno because it's slightly weaker for the Oppo than Nuke is. But I would say, traditionally speaking, 9 pick Nuke more than they do Inferno.
That's true. Both those maps, the highest 2 in the pool on win rate for 9. Sentry naded out. Nine's going to have a responsive for everything that Navi set up here. Incendiary and HE that doesn't get the kill against the low HP man of Prague, and the smoke goes down. They try to walk forward of it. They heard the tags. They got the kills in. And Nine are making this look real easy at the moment.
Oh boy, they've locked in. And what a comparing contrast it is from the last series out against Favbet to now leveling up and going up against a top team in Tier 2. This might be one of the best showings that we are getting Nine from, at least in this tournament. And I look at Ancient, because Ancient's coming soon. Let's be honest. We're not going to have much more contest here on map number 1. Ancient's not a bad map for Nine. I'd actually say it's quite a good one for them in the pool.
Yeah, it is a good one from the pool, for them in the pool. But it's the best one in the pool for Navi Junior, though. Love to play a kick into this one. Certainly a disappointing showing. At this point, you are having to look back on the veto, and you're having to look onto that Ancient and think to yourself that that's the way that Navi Junior get into this matchup, because Inferno will certainly not be it.
Even the nade stacks, just on point. It feels as if Nine, no matter what they're doing on the defaults, whether they're pressurizing Banana, whether they're taking brackets, everywhere they go, they're just winning duels. You got Farfan that's 14 and 5. Everybody else is on single digits, but it's 9-1. It's been a lot of saves. It's been a lot of situations where the CTs aren't even attempting retakes.
Banana access, Kragen is cut down. At least one pick in for Navi Junior this time. Two's going to get forced forward by the Molotov's fashion from his teammate. Still loses his life towards Farfan. The trade is good on the T side. Burst and sprays through, doing a ton of damage. That lineup on all 4 players came in from the man out towards Long. Sentry getting Bobek together on his long extension. No HP for Rules. 3-on-3 set up. One man in at Boyer is going to be the next big concern. Kazi, looks away at the wrong moment. Quick burst to the head, falls back into Gareni's hands, 2-on-2.
Bit of a lazy check out there from Boiler, and the CTs need to start getting a move on. They've got to get the molly down towards Pit, force Rules out in the open.
Mantu backed up, Rules goes down. Mantu with a 1 versus 2. Navi Junior closing in on the kill, and they will get him. They should have enough time as well for all this defuse. Might be a little bit close, but it will come together for the CT side. The streak ends at 9 for 9. Navi will get their second on the board of the CT side.
A moment from Navi where a spam bullet connects onto Mantu. That's quite unlucky. He's playing reverse default, and they have no idea that he's there. It's just the odd bullet. It goes through the box, they hear it, and then that's when they can swing on. I think every other day, he just protects himself for enough time and then probably wins it against the post. Nine would have thought in that 2v2 that the job was done. Navi Junior, they survived for a little bit longer at least.
Extend this one out, tries to make 3 at the turn of the half. Inferno, their weak map, but I was hoping it wouldn't be this week. Certainly would have expected it to be at least a little bit stronger. Starting the series for the Nine side has at least given them a little bit of a breath of life. Early minute defaults in from 9. Nothing major to come out from the absent short access. It's got an SMG of Demon there to receive him, but a minute to work with for 9's execution. They have some time.
Jukes just needs to get first contact and then drop an incendiary. 9 are not putting a massive amount of pressure towards Banana. They haven't taken the higher stage of the car in the sandbags area. Bobek close towards that MP9 towards short. You've got 4 CTs towards A, but there's going to force a triple rotation. So there's going to be 3 players on B for the moment.
A bit of noise being made by Kragen as they're indicating and telegraphing some sort of counter-rotate. It's a fantastic responsive. Navi Junior will leave it only onto Jugs and Demon on the bomb site defensive.
MP9 too is not going to be able to do much against this range.
Yeah, you're looking at the AM4 only pretty much. He's about to get naded out as well for Farben. Nice on 48 points of health. From range still gets Mansu. SMG can't get much. Rules with Prague will overwhelm Navi. Baiting. Semtree trying to trade it though. There's some close to decent headshots. Is he away with Bobek? Yes, he is, but he can't get the kill against the man. He did fetch Farben in the meantime though, so 2 versus 2 still setting in for the short access from Makazi. Picked up as well. Crowd Benny all alone, 1 on 2. Spots one head, but gets it taken clean off of himself. 10-2 at the half. Monstrous performance on the T side for 9.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
All looking good for 9. One of the best halves we've seen out of them in the last few months. 10-2 on T for Inferno. They're picking the series, but still overwhelmingly dominant Navi Junior. Having their worst map in the pool, but as you said earlier, Dwayne, you wanted to see a little bit more out of them.
And what an absolute joke, Jay. I'm going to rip in here. I can't believe they've won 2 rounds. That is just a stinker. And this is meant to be a top-end Tier 2 team. They're meant to be proving to me and proving to all the audience that they're ready for LAN. Mate, they're not ready for anything.
Inferno looks like this going into Prague, I have to agree. Again, it's Ancient, the second map, the pick of them, which is where they should get into this best of 3, honestly, or the best chance they're going to have, because there's no way this comeback happens.
I mean, where's the discussion of the Tier 1 Makazi? 7 and 10.
Yeah.
Surely in a game where the team's struggling, he needs to be dropping 20. He needs to be overperforming.
Well, he has struck first blood here in the second half, alongside Jukes' kill out towards the brackets lurk. It's on the B bomb site where Navi have committed to. 4 on 3 for the post plant.
Rules is hoping for some aggression out here from the construction site line of Coffins, but it's just not coming. This is quite disciplined from Navi. The first contact seems to be coming towards Banana for Kragen.
Swing in from Demon to challenge. Oh, what a shot that is. 2 versus 4. And 9 going to back away to save their Kevlar. Only Kevlar in the case of Farben, who goes down anyway. Rules. I'm down by the numbers game. Navi Junior, a lot more positivity there. A pistol win for a very long return.
How rare do you see 2 for 2 in pistols, but only winning 3 rounds so far in a map? That's just something that never happens. 9 will look at it and say, oh, we won the force buy last time, so let's do it again. Let's force buy on the CT side.
Usually you say 2 rounds and they won the pistol with the first half. You're like, oh, pistol, then conversion, right? No, it was stolen. And 9 of the funds to continue buying back. So they'll do that here. The buffer room of the scoreline difference obviously leaves many opportunities for them to reset Navi. And this is one of them.
Navi Junior packing. And it's probably the right idea. They should be aware that the high likelihood that they're going to be up against a force buy. Nade stack in the cubby corner out there to long, but no one playing in that position. Instead, it's triple short for the CTs.
The Mac 10's in, the AKs as well, providing support. They get all 4 of those killed despite being low on Makazi. No steal this time for 9. The PT-50 struggles to finish off the man. It does find Krabeni though, so that's a positive. But shouldn't lead into anything more in this round. They've only lost the Mac 10 on Navi, so they don't need to go hunting on the riflers. Jugs will find his exit frag for the 4th of Navi. Should be a 5th as well. 9 do not have cash.
Jugs has just 4 LAN tournaments to his name, all of them being local Lithuanian LANs. Love the opportunity as a young player to go overseas, to be able to work against international teams. A guy that really did come out of nowhere. No one would have heard of him before Navi Youth. I mean, he played a few officials on HLTV with Lithuanian players under the Grinders. I know that they got into an ESL closed qualifier at one point, but wasn't featured at that level frequently.
Fast plays into the CT side, going to try and run them down with the numbers here in Banana, but found as we would expect by the upgrade weapons, the automatic rifles of Navi. Mac 10 coming in from Makazu, tries to get some cash out of this. And that's exactly what he'll gain for it, so nice and effective again for Navi Junior. 5 on their board. And the rifles come back for 9.
And I will say for 9, in the recent few tournaments that they've played, they have been getting knocked out by strong teams. We're talking about Astralis, Partisan, BC Game, Fnatic, Heroic. You'd maybe throw TNL in there that was able to beat them in the final at Level Up Lund, Ecstatic, Ents. It's not as if they're getting eliminated out of these tournaments by middle-of-the-pack Tier 2 teams. But I'm sure that the goals and the reach are a lot higher than where they sit right now.
Swing forward to this Galil, fight on from Jude, finding that first pick. Farven, some of that smoke here in the wall, back out towards Long. Krang can get 2 kills out of it. Demon with a trade back. The M4 finds 2 players, only one of them is kills. Damage done towards Kraveni. Now bomb in the open. Sentry needs to provide support. He knows he's out there somewhere. Heard the sprays of the M4, gets him from blinding. And meanwhile, Kraveni's found the bomb, put it down to the bomb site. Rules is creeping up close, though. This could be a very quick and easy frag. Won't deny the bomb plant. Kraveni waits. Well, he's sent out, no idea how close the man is, and Rules going to get that kill. The last player, the bomb's not even planted for him. Sentry going to get Molotov back. Rules can hold the defuse here. 10 seconds with a stick at the very least, but he charges inside that smoke and provides some cover for Sentry, and Rules can get his kill in the end. So all's well that ends well for 9 on the retake. It is 11 to the CT board.
Well, considering how manic it was getting out there to brackets, it was just spam central, over-fighting. Bobek relieved a lot of that English, or the Moto player did, I should say. Getting that multi-frag, just slowing the round down, making it a little bit easier. It just gets all over the place. I mean, even Sentry probably shouldn't have been able to get that Galil into the spam kill against Farfen through the smoke. And Navi Junior give themselves a positive start to the second half, but it just kind of gets ended really quickly as soon as we get into the first gun round.
One forward play. The majority of the Navi Junior side. The AK can stay for Bobek. Rebought in for Navi across their entire board, and the bomb plant bonus aiding them. At least they snuck that much into the previous round. Some decent cash in reserves. They can continue buying back if necessary, but they probably need to win more rounds more than anything else. That's the number that's going to cost them the matchup. 11-5, only 2 to go for 9 to take it. Navi Junior. Lackluster overall, trying to pick up the pace.
Well, 9 have been able to take top Banana. They can now start shifting players back towards A and just leave Bobek as a jiggler in spawn. He's got Util behind him that he can keep dropping when more pressure comes towards him. He's extending out in the open, goes 1-for-1. Rotates are going to be really slow now.
They're taking their sweet time with this 9. They're thinking there's something else going on in the apartments or short. Some sort of lurk player on A.
Well, it probably is. Deal with the lurk. If we get him, we go for the retake. If not, we hold on to our weapons and save.
Yeah, that seems to be the call. You see that third man rotating back into long. Mantu will stick around for exit frags. Because 9 don't have the same reserves that Navi do, but what they do have is a lot of rounds between the 2 squads, and they're the ones in the lead. Meaning they can take this little hit for a bigger round in the next. And have that to be the one that pushed them onto map point.
Hang on. Just hang on.
Hang on. Nah, Mantu made noise. Sentry takes him back, so. Nice effort for an exit frag, but not to be.
He was trying to go for the kit, Jay. He was trying to get onto the bomb. He wasn't looking for an exit.
Well, I mean, look, it's all he tried to get at the end of it, and he's cost himself with the information. So, end of the day, it will not be a successful play from him. Tactical now called in at 4-9. They're second of the matchup.
Have a chat to Barry. And this is a guy that had quite a tenure as a pro player, a guy that achieved quite a lot in the Tier 2 landscape, working with new and inexperienced players. You think back to C-Play, SK, Alpha, Ambush, QB Fire. Even one of his last tenures, Uber, got to play with Stare. Got to kind of work with him before he went to Sprout, before he's gone over to Astralis. Even played with Rules way back in the day. So you've got that sort of in-game leader, coach mindset on the same page, how they want to try and address themselves. I mean, all you can say is that he was on Saw when they were doing well, and then as soon as Saw kick him, Saw aren't doing well anymore.
I'd say he's definitely had a better tenure as a coach. And you are right about that. An interesting pattern to notice, considering that Berry was also introduced when Saw, or just at the time rather, when Saw was starting to pick up momentum. So you can see a correlation there to his addition of more value he can bring. Mantu striking forward to the SMG. He brings value in the server. But Sentry and Makazi answer back. 3-on-3. An isolated fight towards Banana could well cost them the man advantage untradeable, but Rolls is holding back behind a smoke, so no access to B for now, but they will look to that execution.
Underwhelming when you consider what was being offered out there from Boiler in the apartments in terms of success for Mantu. You expect to hold on to that man advantage. Now, an info play is coming through from Mantu. He's cleared out all of apps. He's seeing absolutely nothing. So because of that, they can rotate Kragan over. They can keep 2 defenders on B.
Flash Molly's in, Rolls goes down. B site has been lost. He tried to hold on for all he could, but even the transition out was not allowed. Low HP for a couple of players, a half HP for Sentry. Many the highest roll at 75. Mantu backs up, finds the kill against the first man. 2 versus 2 has been equalized. Kaveni going to be hurt there. After taking a fight, he loses it. And Makazi all alone now, 12 HP. Let that first begin. Incendiary back, but Kragan pulls the USP out. And that will get the round together. 9-on-12-6. It's map points.
And that's a moment there where we just see a little bit more impact out of Mantu. It was a pretty quiet map overall for him. He didn't have the AWP very much on T-side. We know how difficult T-side AWPing is on Inferno. Comes on the CT line, and because it's been a little bit back and forth, Money's not really been great either. He's been rocking a FAMAS, M4, MP9. But right here, not only does he get 2 kills, but he gets the critical one of the banana pick, and that just sets up the crossfire. It seemed unlikely in a 2v3 that this was going to get one, but they made the retake look very comfortable.
Now it's a full overtime return from Navi Junior. Ostensibly had to be, honestly. Always going to have some concerns when you're this far down, and now that you've lost 1 round of buffer, move up into a kill for Rule straight up on the AK. Makazi down at Banana. Starting advantage just completely negated on Navi Junior's part. They will walk their way in to look towards the A-bomb site. Mantu's AWP. His first point of contact.
AWP can also just fall back and try and drop nades. That's an opportunity for Mantu to get the incendiary out.
Leans in. Jugs is body blocking players out here towards the apartments. Mantu's also struck on 2 players, so there's his impact. Jugs can trade back 5 at least, but lost his teammates. He gets like a second kill. The HT deals with him. His Demon alone, a 1-on-3. 1 pick found. Players around the bomb site. He's extending out to try and catch Rules. That shoulder bait. Oh, I've seen him there. Demon's going to try and extend even further, but that short player can also look to flank against him. Not even go for the full-on backstab. He saw Rules right there. Now he's going to have to make noise and try and go for the quick wrap-up, but has to get this kill at some point, preferably soon. Sees him, and Rules just toying with his opponent here. Flash to the left, peek to the right, gets out of the way. Meanwhile, Bobek is rotated in from Banana, so Demon's not going to get this bomb down cleanly. He's going to go swinging for the fights, and he takes it. But now on 12 HP himself, a 1v1 against the veteran. And on Ukrainian, and then doesn't get him, swings back, but now needs to plant the bomb.
He's got himself an incendiary to try and slow down that rotate, but Demon wants a fight. He needs to try and get the kill.
Oh, and he gets it in the end, just finding Rules. What a clutch that is. 3K for the man. And Navi Junior stay alive.
And Bobek and Rules have played that 2v1 perfectly. They've not tried to overpeak. They've tried to slow down the round, and they've given him a lot of respect. And with the notion of how low he was on HP, you expect Rules to be able to hit that finishing blow. Mantu makes it a 5 versus 2 with the impact that he brings. And I guess from a man-up situation, you just think, was there a little bit too much overfighting on the bomb site directly? Kragan swinging from reverse default, Mantu swinging out from behind the car. And that round should have been wrapped up before the bomb had even got close to a bomb site.
Navi Junior going to give a late game charge up, it seems. Going to get to 8 from this position. It's Eco Pistols, and Mac 10's overwhelming them. At least Farben gets one of Makazi. Can't get any more out of these upgrades. Doubles up almost a triple found. Sentry and Cabrera actually rather low here. Wonder if it's time to be concerned. The boost not being spotted by Jukes. He's going to get caught off guard, tinked up by Farben, but the kill does not come in for the man. Even Kragen's run out of ammo here. That means that there shouldn't be much more left in him. Navi Junior will stave off Nine's attempted eco steal. Number 8 for the Navi Junior camp. Good effort from 9.
It's a shame that Kragen picks up another USP that's only got 10 bullets. So even if you were trying to see if you can attempt this 1v3, there's just not enough bullets. Navi Junior hold off and survive for a little bit longer. And this series is starting to remind me a little bit about one of their recent best-of-3s that they played in ECL Playoffs Day, their opening game against Paravision in the first round of the upper bracket. Map number 1, they just got schooled on. It was Dust 2. They had a really tough time. They couldn't adapt. They only ended up winning 6 rounds. They go into their map pick, and while they contest, while they give a decent scoreline of all rounds in regulation, they don't end up winning the best-of-3 and can't win a single map. And I'm looking at this one thinking, there's a lot of similar signs at the moment.
They are trying to bring things back here, even with the deficit. They've closed that gap substantially by comparison to what it was at the turn of the half. 8 rounds leading for 9, 4 rounds to the good on them, 4 more map points. Navi Junior, know they've still got a little bit of a ways to go. A tactical got pulled up there, just the last one that they have.
Here's something that's also quite entertaining, Jay, is that Navi Junior, they came through the open qualification. Now, the first open qualifier, the round of 32, went to double OT. I mean, imagine that, right? This could very well be Navi Junior not even being in this tournament.
Discussing before the show as well, they weren't invited to this tournament because it's based off of March's invite rankings. They weren't quite as high up the field back then. They've made some stellar progress in the last 2 months. Try and continue along that route. We got Navi Junior out towards the banana angle mid-attack. Considered and conceived, but Maysight's still only got 2 players out there, and Navi Junior is still hesitant. They don't know exactly where the 9 side are playing from.
The Demon's been able to force out a lot of space towards short with the long smoke down. Makazi just trying to keep the CTs at bay out in top banana. A solo mission where he gets re-smoked off. And now 9 have all the map controls, so they can start rotating more players back from B and towards A.
50 seconds. Rules. Flash perfectly timed for him. He'll take down Makazi as he peeked right into it. The 3rd player now as part of the A defensive. It becomes a little bit more difficult for Navi Junior to make the execution happen, especially as Sentry's forced out on a TK. Mantu getting the damage, but the T-side player got the actual killing blow on bomb site. Demon's going to go down. Sentry also overwhelmed, as is his back of a dude. Wonderfully played round there. Confidence from 9 to get started in this best-of-3. They take Inferno.
That's a great showing from 9. That was an overperformance that I wasn't even expecting. I was really under the impression that we were going to get a good showing from Navi Junior on Inferno. I thought that they were strong enough to be able to win this series 2-0, and instead they go, what, 2-10 down in the first half? They win back-to-back pistols. If we're in a different situation, you'd expect 9 to normally struggle, but in this series, considering what we've seen in the tournament so far from them, it feels like a bit of a one-off, and maybe it is just the pressure of a playing game.
Perhaps so. I mean, look, again, I do look at this map as being the worst one in the pool for Navi Junior, but as you were saying earlier, like, if you are a team that are contesting the top end of tier 2, you need to at least show some level of fight back. I don't think we saw that fully. So now with that in mind, with the notion that this obviously was going to be the weak point in the best-of-3 for Navi Junior, are we concerned going into Ancient, or do we think they can still bounce back there?
I think they'll bounce back, but there's concerns. There always is. I mean, this is a team that should be contesting titles, right? Every single best-of-3 that they should be going in against mid-pack tier 2 teams, they shouldn't even be dropping maps. maps. They should be getting clean 2-0s. The only teams they should be tested against are basically teams that are going deep in playoff runs or teams that are maybe considered 1.5 tier. Other than that, you shouldn't have struggles. So seeing this, it certainly is a concern going into map 2.
Well, look, it is their pick of Ancient, and we've talked about how incredibly good it is for the Navi Junior side. Again, 75% win rate over 40 maps played in the last 3 months. So those stats look fantastic for them, and I imagine there should be a lot better from them in general, honestly. I'm a little bit more optimistic about them, to be honest. I feel like that, again, Inferno being that weak point, just the idea that it's one of the 2 highest won maps for 9, even if it isn't the most played map in the pool for them at the same time, and Ancient still being decent for them, but we are talking about literally the best map in the pool for Navi Junior at the same period.
And we know that Ancient's been played quite a bit recently from the 9 organisation, and they'll sort of look at this one and say, look, we're in good tread, we've got 1-0 up in the series, it seems like the most positive best of 3, let's get a positive end. Let's try and see if we can get a 2-0 rather than dragging this series out to a decider.
Well, look, if they manage to do it, then I wouldn't have seen that coming in the slightest coming into this best of 3, so if 9 do pull it off, then my hats off go towards them. However, 9 are not the only team that control their destiny. Navi Junior on the other side have a chance to bounce back after this short break. We go to their map pick of Ancient.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Well, for Navi Junior, it is a disappointing opening start to the best of 3. Yes, on a weakened map, but only going 2-10 at the half, and ultimately not much more showing outside of that small little comeback. It looks pretty good. But 9 now as they got 1 map in the series. But again, we move on to stronger territory, move on to better things, hopefully for the Academy side. It is Ancient up next, the best map in the pool for them by a country mile. And so you'd hope, at least, Wade, that they're going to perform something a bit more, have a bit more performance here on the second.
Well, you'd certainly assume so. I mean, Navi Junior just need to lock in. That first map was an embarrassment. And I'm sure the veteran names that are out there on 9, your Rules, your Mantu, your Farfan, you're looking at this matchup saying, lads, the favourites are struggling. They're underperforming today. Let's jump while the iron's hot. Let's try and come in here towards Ancient and put on a really good showing. I know the map recently has had some unsuccessful results for them, but at least they've been able to hold weight in the match that they played earlier on today against Favbet. And I sort of look at that on Ancient and think, okay, looking at that sort of at least one map in the best of 3 series, they had a disappointing first half but redeemed themselves in the second. So a bit more positivity in the CT side in the first half might just at least keep it a little bit more threatening in this second map.
Yeah, you'd certainly hope so. I mean, look, you talk about obviously the lost. I talked about the lost streak for Navi Junior going out of that first map of Inferno, and a similar story as well for 9. You mentioned those recent results not being all that fantastic. 4 maps lost in a row for them, and some of them not being to the best of heights as well. I mentioned about Cubics was the first team that 9 lost out to in the Swiss stage. That was a loss on this map of Ancient. You've also lost to Favbet earlier today, TNL twice as well. TNL are also pretty decent, to be fair, but you know, again, those are all things you have to think about when coming into looking at the form of 9 now carrying into what, as I mentioned before, is the best map in the pool for Navi Junior. So we talked before the break about concerns having come out of that Inferno with very little to demonstrate there for Navi Junior. How will those concerns kind of metastasize themselves in a map like an Ancient?
Well, I would say it doesn't really matter what the map is in the pool. It's a different environment. We saw that in the Passion UA series against 500, just dropping the ball in important games. And I look at Navi Junior, and you can look at the track record on Ancient and say, oh, mate, they're not even really getting tested in the majority of these games. They're just overwhelming teams. They're getting double-digit scorelines for oppositions. This is a little bit of a worry, and Makazi's going to be really key. But I think just as a whole, the team needs to step up, because if they're not securing this map, or at least even securing this best of 3 to go to the Conquest of Prague LAN, man, I don't know when their next opportunity is realistically going to come.
Yeah, this is a key opportunity for them in terms of their overarching history, right? Like, we can talk about the lack of lands in the Tier 2 space, which is also true, and you're right about that. Like, to say that if they miss out on this opportunity, they might not get another one for maybe months, maybe another year or so, potentially. I mean, it depends really on how many events are coming up that they'll be eligible for, right? Like, only very recently, this event was really, like, brought to the forefront of top-level Tier 2 competition, and events like the Elisa tournament that's coming up this month as well, been around for a little bit longer. It's only limited to a handful of teams in the Nordic region. So it's like, for Navi Junior, when is that next opportunity going to come from? You don't really have another opportunity in terms of like the immediate forefront. So it's a case of, yes, getting the important matches under their belt and doing so here on this map up. They should bounce back on paper, but let's think about that in terms of the context of an important best of 3.
And for 9, this is where they have to look in as a squad and look into an organization and say, look, we've got big players, we're putting a lot of resources down, we've got boot camps, we've got high salaries. We need to be able to really encapture something successful, right? Level Up Lund was a good taste. We got ourselves into a grand final of LAN, weren't able to lift the trophy. Something that should be added about that tournament, Jay, that was basically a BYOC tournament. You didn't have to bring your computer, but the TO didn't fund for you to go there. They didn't pay for anything. So you got to pay for hotels, you got to pay for your LAN tickets, you got to pay for all your expenditures. You have got to put a lot of funds into this project, and it means that every time there's an opportunity to qualify to another LAN, to get closer to the top end of Tier 2, you've just got to be taking it.
Yeah, and look, with an open competition like that, obviously we discussed before how these BYOC events could start to become important again in the modern day landscape of Counter-Strike, and yeah, we could go into that as like a bit more of a philosophical topic in the future. But you are right in terms of that being like the next opportunities for events, for tournaments and teams of this nature, right? For teams like 9 and potentially even Navi Junior might have to come to the next Epic LAN. You know, we talk about that as being a meme. It might actually genuinely happen. So again, this is why these matches are important. This is why this game has so much importance about it, because there's no second chances here. It's all decided games, not decided bracket, not decided double elimination. Games. You win this series, you're through. You lose it, you're out. Navi Junior need to avoid elimination here and now on their map pick of Ancient.
Just make sure they put in a good showing, get us towards that finale, get us towards a third map and decider. And for 9, they are going to be starting on the T side. A bit intriguing.
Okay, then. Let's see what you got to play for here. Their T-side stats have been pretty decent, to be fair. Let's see what they've got for us overall, though. Execution set for the pistol already towards that B-bomb site. Demon being sussed out. Krabenny's been found out to cave. Kragen with the latest rolls is traded. So 4-on-4 ensues. AG going down towards the long. Smoke doesn't quite catch the player. Kragen instead pushing out damage on towards Demon there. Jugs and Demon, both low HP and both varying different positions on the map. Latches in towards the retaking positions. Bakazi caught, quick headshot. Farvan and Bobek, a couple more kills to add to the tally, and Jugs will go down just as quickly. 9 take the pistol.
Excellent pistol round. Good util usage, really good entries, and just beautiful positioning that Kragen gets himself in. How much damage he's doing out there from the cave position, making it really uncomfortable for Jugs trying to rotate up with the Julies towards Shelf. And it's a positive start when you consider that Navi Junior went 2 for 2 in pistols out on map number 1.
Really good stuff from them now. The one key positive that you got out of Navi Junior. Negated by 9, taken on their side of the board. And Force Spy will still be in effect. The CTs know what 9 did to them. First half of the first map. Pistol win for Navi Junior before 9 onto back, and then ran away with that half, basically. That's what Navi Junior may have to do here and now. But rather likely they go down 0-3 with the weapon sets being what they are for 9. The stack and the gamble is on the B-bomb site, but 9 haven't committed to it yet.
Rules has got a lot of space into Red Room, so this is an opportunity to try and take Donut and accelerate towards A. They just need to be making the correct call, and if it is any sort of exec towards B, they need to be cancelling correctly. Resmoke goes down towards Cave with a minute on the clock. The T's have still got a decent amount of util behind them.
I've just been baiting little bits of defensive utility. There's one more smoke left for the entire CT line. That's out towards this long position on Jugs. Mantu smoke alongside Farvin towards both of the entryways to the bomb site, but they are leaning into that gamble stack. See if Rules' action out here is going to find an open A bomb site. If they do, then yep, it seems like they might go for the rotation. The 9 are stalling out.
Lovely.
Yeah, excellent discipline, and that's the experience that we've been talking about there. 9 a little bit demonstrated during that last map up. Krabenny's extended out towards Shelf, so he's going to realize here that it's not going to be the B commitment. Gets caught by Bobek in the end. Makaze is also overwhelmed. Navi Junior just don't have the firepower behind them in this round. Don't have the weapon sets to deal with the rifles. And 9 will take a 2-0.
Navi Junior thought that they had everything going for them. They were stalling for time. They were stacked out on B. And it looked as if an exec was coming towards you. Instead, it's just a cheeky little in-game leader searching out A that calls for that cancel. And it's the timing on that as well, where you need to sell enough on B to be able to not allow the CTs to work info to start over-rotating too quickly. Good hold of the backstab there from Bobek to cut rotation straight away. 9 fundamentally were outclassing on that first half of Inferno, and to the start of Ancient, it looks similar.
Dealing with those upgrades and those Force Spies, again, what you expect to see out of the better weapons, but again, lack of threat generated by Navi Junior just because of 9's lurk and Rules' press. They start to be much more heavily defended this time around. Krabenny's already been caught for damage. A decent shot for Demon here. That seems to be the only kill the CTs are going to get out of this defense. The bombs on site will get planted. Low HP for Krabenny and a 3-on-4 for Navi on the retake.
Even when we look at the 2 Kosovo players here for Navi Junior, there's not many lands between them. You've got only 9 for Krabenny, a 6 for Makazi, and all of those are local Kosovo lands or those Adriat lands being out there in Croatia and Serbia. So you just start thinking, well, who's your experienced player in these big matchups? I know they've been able to win titles, but this is not an academy team with one experienced player that's had success at the top end of Tier 2, that's led teams into international lands and led them into consistent titles. I guess with some of the previous academy teams, I mean, I even look at one of the very first iterations of Navi Junior. Flamey was on there as an example. So we've seen some projects where they sort of use 4 youth and then 1 experienced guy. This iteration of this current 5 has not gone down that direction.
Yeah, the experienced elements are really in the background, aren't they? Julio is the coach. Imagine you're going to get some information from the main Navi side as well. I don't know exactly what how the analysts placed himself out. 9. Their 3-0 start. Navi Junior have their rifle by then. First key opportunity to truly resist what 9 are doing here and stop this streak from getting well out of hand like it did in the last map. Prague and Rules and Mantu moving up and into red. You've got Sentry to resist it. Dry faces in, catch him completely off guard. And quick storm through CT, spawn angle, checked by Jukes. Can't adjust towards the second player though. That main entrance gonna get swung upon as soon as they recognize he's turned away. McCarthy smoked off, but Donar just has no access, no way into the retake for Navi.
Single incendiary is all they've got. Another flashbang for Demon. I think this should be a save call. Unless Krabeni can get a quick kill out here from Temple, they shouldn't be going for it.
He tries to flinch one of the Molotov, but Rolls just cuts him down with a Mat 10.
And now can you see why I was nervous going into this map after Inferno?
Yeah, I'm starting to get very concerned now. 4 rounds in, and Navi Junior has still shown us so little. 4-0 for 9. And with the records that Navi Junior have had on this map in recent history, the sheer number of wins that they've got, and one-sided wins at that, you wouldn't be shocked if they were the team that are up 4-0. Oh, even the last rifle of Falls, Demon not even allowed to save into the next.
And even when I discussed that Paravision matchup that we saw in the first round of ECL playoffs, what about the lower bracket matchup that they played just after it against Rush B? A squad that I would say is middle of the pack tier 2, maybe low-end tier 2. Map number 1, 6-13 on a loss. Map 2, Ancient, pretty easy, 13-8. Map 3, double overtime. Why are they being tested by a team that's not even close to tier 2? At least that top-end level. And you can start picking individual matches just here and there, not all the time, of course. And you just think, are they getting tested too much against teams that they really should be beating easily?
It's a very good question. Well, we may well find the answers to as this one rolls on. 9. Comfortable squad at the moment, looking for their 5. Half by investment round for Navi Junior. Really can't afford too much. The only automatic was the SMG there on Demon. Want to extend out towards this ramp and just cut down by Bobek 5 and Kragan with 2. And the B side falls quickly. This 9 side is playing on a different level today.
And they look on it, and that's a good sign moving forward. I mean, you'd always hope that that was the case in almost every best of 3, don't you?
Yeah.
In every tournament. But sometimes teams lock in at the right times. And we normally say it at LAN rather than just before, that teams can overperform with LAN players in those sort of circumstances when stars are aligning. I mean, I think back to the 9 matchup that they had against Maestro that we casted. Bobek was just on a heater. He was just hitting everything, having some stellar holds. On T side, you're not up against the majority of gun rounds, but he is 10-0. That's a really good start to the map.
Terrorists win.
And the scoreline looks just as confident. 5-0 for 9. Navi mowed through. There was a half-bought round, the rifles are back, and we need to see more than what we saw in the previous one. How fast 9 are going in towards main. There's no one to resist, and there's no one actually on the bomb site itself. Sentry's M4 from CT Spawn needs to get at least something out of this fight, but there's so many grouped up, he gets nothing more than small bits of damage. Krabeni finding Rules, at least turns it into a 4-on-4 back there at elbow. The retake needs to come in from Navi Junior. They cannot afford to make a save here.
They've got Kragan up on this tree boost, and this might be an undetected position.
Spray through Makazi, picked up by Farven. Kragan undetected. Krabeni not going to get the chance to swing onto the man. Advantage held by 9 once again. And Navi start backing up to save their guns. This is a 6-0 from 9.
What a call from Rules. Just when you start getting in the heads of Navi Junior, it's a slow start. We need to adapt. Okay, let's take heavy mid. What happens? They just run A. There's no A anchor because it's a heavy mid take from the CT line. And then even your first point of call, your first rotator in Sport just gets deleted by the pack.
Demon just trying to survive here. As far away from that final fight as possible. And this is a 9 side that I expected to see from the outset. I said before, this is a squad of players that have so much experience, can do great things, should be at the highest end of Tier 2, have not achieved that for multiple different reasons, mostly performance related. But there's no performance-related problems here and now. Guns up. Rules at least made it out towards Shelf. He's going to charge right in towards that mid-fight. Don't find McCarthy with his back being turned. Look on for a second player out at ready. Spam down to 5 points of health. Dukes able to escape with his life. But not much more than that. Sentry called by Rules. Far than expecting. Graveni deals with him. They're down to 2 men. Then just the first 30 seconds of the round. 9 have full control of it. Dukes not going to last for long at all. Demon. The faces demons of 9 who have just... Wow, I am truly stunned. This was the last thing I expected today.
And they are getting farmed. They are getting absolutely demolished right now. 9 individually are outclassing them, and tactically, they are just winning every fight. They're getting themselves in powerful positions. And even though that wasn't a complete full buy for Navi Junior, there was still quite a lot of an expense to the table. Whew. This is a tough watch. This is a Navi Junior side that looked dead in this best of 3.
Yeah. I'm genuinely speechless, Dwayne. Like, I did not know, I don't know what to say. Like, I thought, I didn't think this was what we would see today. It's one thing for 9 to channel that experience and apply it against the team of an academy young players who've still not well-rounded. I mean, the players on Navi, they probably haven't gained as much experience. They haven't gained as much knowledge as guys like, you know, Rules, for instance, has forgotten over his long tenure within the game. But to be this dominant against this side, who have been so dominant of their own rights. Yes, they're eco sometimes, but not even a rifle round, not even a single on the board. On CT side of your own map pick, a map pick that you 13-8 rush B on, 13-8 ecstatic on, 13-2 Astrum on. Pretty mental. 2-on-2 at least for this attempted retake in what is otherwise an eco. I think Bobek committed suicide somehow, and I'm not really watching, I'm not really paying attention. I mean, his round being a bit of a done deal from the outset. At least Sentry's got him down to 2 men, but it needs to win the round itself because damage and money is not going to mean anything towards them. They've got so much cash. And the times tick too fast. We can't go to the defuse in. We'll get hunted down by Farvin, who was going to miss his window. Regardless, 9. The streak will continue. Navi Junior have found no response.
I think this is Jay's time to reflect on the Shaq quote where he goes, "I owe you an apology. I really wasn't familiar with your game."
Well, that's the thing, Wade. We were familiar with their game. This is not 9's game. This is not the 9 that I saw get stressed by Maestro a week or 2 ago. It's not the 9 that got, like, pushed out by Cubics in the first round of this competition that went down 0-2 in the Swiss, were threatened for elimination all the way through. This is not that 9. This is a very different team that are just continuing to go aggressive. Finally, McCarthy has shut down Rules' entries and Dukes and follow it up on Kragen. The Danes are down. 9 are slowing down as well.
Well, it's currently 20-2 in terms of the first half score lines between the 2 squads. It feels like Navi Junior might just be able to add 1 to that marker. Farfan to work up lane. Bobek and the bomb carrier Amantu to work into A main, but have to respect the A main smoke.
Fight good. Gets out of the way. Leg shot. Keep farming that low HP. Meanwhile, a walkout from Bobek has found a lot of access towards his A bomb site, but still with that donut player to worry about. A kill's been found against Farden. Good shot from Bobek, turns it into a 2v3. Still favourable to Navi here. Bomb plant inside that smoke. Jukes knows exactly where it's gone down to. And now it's all on the Swedes. 17 kills deep, and large number of them on anti-eco rounds. Still can get Jukes in this one. Secondary player. Seen yet, he's waiting for a chance of Molotov and have to push them back right here. Plant down behind the boxes, they're going to expect it. No, he's going in for a swing, and that's going to cost him. As Navi Junior are finally on the board.
I think pretty consistently we rate Bobek quite highly. He is a role player and he is an anchor on the City side, but he brings a lot of X factor and he brings a lot of good talent on those defensive lines. And this is a guy that in the last 3 months has only been averaging a .97 rating on Ancient. But right now, it feels like he's the best player in the server.
Indeed it does. First tactical pause for 9. They've had no need to use one up until now. Navi Junior, it's only a start. The best they can do in this half is 4 rounds. And that's assuming they go perfect.
You just get the feeling that for Kragen, he wants to try and get back to the frequent LAN scene. He had an uptake in form towards the end of last year, didn't he? He had a lot of success with that Ecstatic and Gaming Gladiators roster, worked with Patty, got themselves to the Copenhagen Major, one of the highlights for a lot of tier 2 players. And then sort of that point onwards, you get bought out by another org, a couple of changes get made, it's not really the same project, and then you find yourself on an international team. Love to get back towards the heights of at least being in and around the tier 1 conversation, even if you're not there consistently, getting the odd tournament, getting the odd LAN. And with how 9 are playing in Ancient and across this entire series, including Inferno, it just feels like it's only a matter of time. It feels like it's only a handful of rounds until basically it's a very clean, very one-sided 2-0.
There's a moment for Navi to step up to the plate. It's here and now. A charge back is required. It's not a preference. It's not a, well, that's good for you. It's a requirement at this stage to try and get back into this game and this series. A very rare LAN opportunity for Navi Junior, one that they will not see for a long more time to come.
Well, I mean, they're high on the VRS, aren't they? I mean, 25 right now. You'd expect that if they can keep it around the top 20, that they should start getting tier 1 invites.
Then there comes the next question, though, Blake. If they're going to stay in the top 20 and get tier 1 invites, wouldn't Navi want to send the main team?
Well, no, not always. I mean, they're not going to PGL events, are they?
That's true, actually. Yeah, good point. Even then, the rise to a tier 2 opportunity like this, like getting thrown in the deep end, would be another key and big task for Navi Junior if they do go towards a tier 1 LAN. And you get games like this where you start to question, I mean, you mentioned earlier, right, if you're a top tier 2 team, then surely you should do well in this kind of best of 3. You should do well even on your worst map in the pool, not necessarily win it outright. Claim decency. Certainly win your own pick, which they're not doing that either.
There's definitely no excuses that Navi Junior can bring in this best of 3. The only thing that can be said is that 9 have had an uptake in what we typically see. This is a much better showing from not only the previous best of 3 that they played a few hours ago, from pretty much all of the tournaments that we've seen in the recent day.
Round 10 sees AWPs in for Mantu and Sentry. 5 kills at the top fragger of Navi Junior. That's Jugs that will get to that same number of Kragen's casualty. Advantage taken as they finally hit some fight back here in the mid-access. But look at Mantu, straight shot on Demon. He's exercised out of the round, out of the ramp default rules with a follow-up on Makazi as well. Site will be taken. Man advantage is held. There's a late lurk in from Bobek as well that could close in against the CT side line, but Sentry's in no position to get backstab. He just peeks into Mantu. He gets another kill on his tally. That's 2 in the round for him. And Bobek slowly creeping into the back lines. Fight from Farthen wins against Grebeni. And 9 are back to our regularly scheduled programming.
And Navi Junior have just got no chance. They're just losing every single individual fight right now. And Jugs is pre-aiming the left-hand side. Bobek's coming in from the right. The timing's against him. What a round from Mantu. Because for Navi Junior, I think that's a very successful start to the round. You're taking mid, you're getting up on shelf, you get rid of Kragen that's out there in elbow, and then within, what, 5-10 seconds? It's just a pure collapse. Rules gets a kill, Mantu gets one, Farfen's walked up B. Instant response by the internationals.
With 2 more rounds to go in the half, forced back in from Navi Junior means that there's a very good opportunity to go 11-1. Oh, Kragen's already mowed through 2 outside of A main. The push forward of Grebeni and Makazi hope that they could get something more aggressive done. They could set up another backstab and try and catch him off guard, but they're so ready for it, 9. 5-on-3.
Now this has got to be just Berry sitting there thinking, man, oh man, I don't even need to do anything. The boys are just on it today. Everyone knows the coordination. Everyone's hitting the shots that are required. I might have to take the odd tactical just to realign the mental, but in terms of the tactics and in terms of the approach of the game, mate, I've got nothing to say.
There's been an excellent showing from 9. Not the same from Navi Junior. Walk out for Kragen, the AWP looking for fast contact on the A bomb site. No one's there though, so there's be a bomb plant. And I think just what do you do if you're Navi Junior, man? Like, broken investment coming into the round, only a single M4 for a retake. They've lost that mid player, Jugs. Bobek just struck against him in his luck. Now he's looking to try and take Sentry back down, the M4, the only one in play. It does at least get a returning frag. A rifle to hold on to. Maybe a secondary weapon that Demon can also grab back there at the CT spawn, but Farthen's so ready to hunt them down. They're going to run right into him. Wonderful placement, perfect headshot. Demon also goes falling. No one is allowed to survive. It's 10 rounds for 9. And Navi have nothing, absolutely nothing in this series.
And we have seen some bright sparks from 9 across their tenure of this new international project. I mean, I think back to the beginning of February when they played in the Res Showdown and they had that best of 3 versus Astralis. Map number 1, they end up losing 11-13. Map number 2, they end up losing 26-28. That's giving a proper fight against a tier 1 team in an online tournament. So you might only look at individual games here and there. We've seen them outperform. We've seen them really hold on and try and achieve the heights. I mean, right here, we're going to get, what, a 10-2 and then an 11-1? Speechless.
Ju's getting desperate, tried to force forward over to elbow, has lost his life early. Sentry, smoke over it, don't about to walk through it, has no idea of how many players have already extended out. 9 have played them like fiddles. Bomb plant secured as you would expect. Makazi not winning that fight. Demon and Grebeni, the last 2 players that remain. A retake that is certainly not winning. Demon down, as is Grebeni. All 5 alive. Absolute domination from 9. 11-1 at the half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Didn't expect to see this at all. 9, leading by 10 rounds over Navi Junior on Ancient. Navi Junior's best up in the pool is looking like anything but here and now. They've got one pistol to save themselves and generate a comeback. I don't see it happening, Blake.
No, I see nothing. I see 9 powering on and pushing through. What an excellent showing this has been from them in a best of 3.
Yeah. Everyone's looking sharp. Bobek's 21 frags deep. More frags than the entire Navi Junior side combined. Bobek, we're going to extend that tally as well, alongside Prague and finding Jukes. McCarthy fell as well. Damage up. T-side players on 3 members left. Got CTs rotating in. The backstab swings will not find much here. Krabeni does at least catch Rules off guard. Bobek is known to be somewhere close. Kragen just struck against the bomb planter. Bobek gets his next kill. Farven reduced. It's all on Demon now. 1v2. Mantu and Bobek fighting. Bobek does go down. 1v1 for the Ukrainian. Bombs on his back, and he will try the rotation out towards the A-bomb site. It's his best bet.
And Mantu does have a smoke, so even when Demon gets that bomb down, Mantu might just be able to smoke the bomb, tap it, draw the fight out in the open. And Demon needs to try and give himself as much of an edge in this 1v1 as possible, just to protect the line.
Mantu's got a smoke, but no kit. Almost down the edge of the box. Smoke been seen. Demon gonna wait. Mantu gonna hold it. Tap. Doesn't find him. Surely not Demon. Caught his tag. Caught his man. And Navi catch their pistol rounds.
They're just about a little bit of overfighting there from 9, perhaps a bit unnecessarily. And gave themselves a 2v1. Looked as if they were going to close it up quickly, but they just need to lock in, need to focus up. They know that they've got a massive lead to work with. I mean, from the outset, it looked like pure destruction, didn't it? It was a 2v4 at one point, so a good recovery from Demon to be able to win out the clutch.
Indeed it was. And it gives an all-important lifeline to Navi Junior, who need a miracle, even now, to return this. It's an eco set of pistols for 9. They're going to opt not to go aggressive now, even though they could force the issue and still potentially come out ahead. Bobek. The fact is over. They catch several players blinded, so they can combine with the entire CT force. Get a couple of frags out of the round. AK in Bobek's hands now. Last player left. Still doing well to fight the damage on McCarthy, but not to get a kill against him. On the round for Navi Junior, but the real guns returning from 9 now.
And this is for Navi Junior, where we have to look at the in-game leadership from Krabeni to just get themselves out of trouble. Start formulating a bit of a game plan in the second half. Create a little bit of structure. Because you're going to have to go flawless. You're going to have to minimize as many mistakes as possible. And you know that 9 are just going to be on the charge. They're going to be working aggressive duels. They're going to be up close and personal. They're going to try and disrespect you.
Mate, mid fights from Krog and the spray against Makazi. Does burn that Molotov that Jukes put out there, but he's low and now he's dead. CT players in support. Krabeni heard the footsteps. The AK going to be picked up on the CT player. Bobek's going to go down in the end. 3-on-3 still evened up. As 9 got the man advantage initially. Rawls going to clear out lane, but his back needs to be turned towards that shelf angle. Be wary of the second T-side player. At least the extension's going to get a lot of information, and Mantu's going to get a kill back on mid. See that second player. Farmer with his chance to swing. Rabeni is going to get caught off guard. He wins that fight, but he's lost Demon in the meantime. It's a 1-on-3 for him to win.
And knows the Rules is the B player, but can't find him. Clear out all of Cave. Mantu is donut. Where is Rules gone? Krabeni waiting for the rotation. Good crosshair placement out here towards Shelf. It's all about timing, and now Mantu knows exactly where Krabeni is.
Another bomb at the red stairs. There's no need for them to peek into him. There's no need to fight. There's only so many positions in which Krabeni can attack from. And the more silence they hear over here at Shelf, the more they're going to start to turn their attention towards CT. You can already see how Mantu's going to watch it. Smoke down that position as well, so Krebeni is given no access at all.
Mantu's going to sit behind that smoke, so if Krebeni goes through it, he's just a goner.
Knife pulled. Seeing the head, Mantu gets him. 12-3, it's map match and qualification point for 9, as Navi Junior have still showed us so little in this best of 3, a best of 3 that we thought would be nearly a layup, honestly. Inferno, their weakest map, exploited well by 9, and this Ancient, unbelievably one-sided. And not to the favor of the team that picked it.
Even Makazi averaging a 1.30 rating on Ancient across the last 40 maps. That's ridiculous. Those numbers are impossible. And yet, what are we seeing from him today? 7 and 10 on map 1, 6 and 14 on map 2.
Not the star that we've seen from him in the past, and it's one of those situations where we know that Navi Junior can do far better than this. We've seen it. We can believe it. But not on this day. At least a couple of picks have fell in for these pistols, and that AK from Makazi also fragged back. Krebeni strikes as well. Bobek with a kill. Mantu returning. He also falls back, and Navi Junior can once again extend this matchup. As Rules goes down. Recover some rifles in this round. It's 3 AKs saved, 2 of which were brought in by Navi Junior, of course. Most importantly, survival. 1 out of 9. To get to overtime.
Well, look at how quickly we saw 9 shut down once they got the map point. They were up, what, 12-6 on map number 1, and it went 13-8. So they only gave, what, 2 more rounds over to the Oppo before the job got done. Now you're looking at 12-3, and you're thinking, yeah, you might give them a handful, but they're never getting close to double digits. They're never getting close to threatening this map. We're going to win it 2-0. We're going to make a statement. We are going to qualify to our first LAN in 2025. I mean, to think that the last LAN that they qualified to was all the way back in September 2 years ago, it feels like a long time coming.
Definitely not with the same lineup. Navi Junior. At least stay alive for the time being. At least give us something. In this second half, there's not much substance though. This is an eco round that 9 again was stacked into the B-bomb site with as they hit A. Whether the numbers can overwhelm Makazi, or that they're leaning in towards spawn, so. It's a formality round for 9. They're focusing the rifles, they're bringing out the big guns. Teaming can pad a little bit. That's Makazi. Or not. It doesn't matter though. Navi will face the weapons the next.
You can just feel how hungry Bobek is to try and get himself to an international LAN, because this is a guy that's played 15 LANs across his career, but very few international ones. The one that I remember was playing out in Bali for the ISF World Esports Championship a couple of years ago. The IM Full team in 2021, the Aura Boys with Franson and Hype, and went out to a pretty good RMR. And then the only other international LAN, Jay, was one that we were at, the Miss Games Heroes of Lufferton a couple of years back. So this is a guy that's had a pretty good career in the local scene in Sweden, a pretty good career in Tier 2 overall, and only 3 international LANs to his name.
Hungry to make a run at the next one. That seems to be coming up in a short few moments' time. 9 just need 1 more round to take control of this series and qualify for Conquest of Prague's finals. Mantu good for that. Frayed back. Bobek's close and will get picked up by Sentry. Navi Junior. It's a bit more decency in these rifle v rifle rounds as they make a 4-on-2 happen. And they'll take their 6, see if the exits and Demon come through and deal with 1 more player. Not the second though.
Winning a good opening fight against Prague and an elbow helped that aggressive move into A. Farfan knows that there's one player pushing out from A main, so Makazi might get dropped here. Try and upgrade that M4 into an AK at the end of the round. Navi Junior get themselves up to 6 and get themselves into the exact same scoreline of where they were on map 1.
Ended 13-8 on Inferno. Didn't see enough of the comeback to give it the substance of an actual return. First tactical called in, or the second tactical, I should say, rather, called in for 9. Had one when they lost their first round of the game, and one here and now. Allowing a few more rounds back on the Navi Junior squad. They know they're in touching distance. They know that they just have to win one more. And anyone could be that one more. It doesn't have to be a rifle buy. We are looking at those rifles buys as being the key moments where the best likelihood will come out of them. Won't be in this round, and they will be saving to try and get those rifles as strong as possible.
You want to try and get Mantu on the AWP as quickly as possible. He was a player that was so clinical with the AWP defensively outside of lane and towards B doors. Makazi leading the charge out from elbow, and the CTs are starting to aggro walk towards A main. I mean, the best that they can hope for is an exit frag that will give them a free AK that you can hope to hold in the next.
And they found one. 3 players stacked in towards the main entrance, and due to no real support around him, goes down to the squad. And I'll take Kragan back out towards the A-bomb side to save his weapon rules in the corner. Checked on by Krabeni. Don't see a hunt of Navi Junior going successful right here, although Kragan is on the bomb side where Kragan's getting into right now. He actually takes that rifle back down, so it doesn't get saved by 9.
And it's incredible to think that there's a world in which 9 don't even make it to the playing games. I mean, I'm looking at their last matchup that they had in the main Swiss stage. They had a 13-11 on Dust 2 and then lost map 2 8-13 on Inferno. That could have been a 2-0 win for Gun 5. They got themselves into this position, give themselves a chance of a little bit of a domestic matchup against some of them. But they carried on, they pushed on. And what a successful day it would be for the 9 org to be able to beat Favbet, to be able to come here and beat Navi Junior in 2-0, get yourself to LAN, and then look at sort of the middle section of the year and say, okay, we've been in a LAN Grand Final 1 month ago, now we're qualified to another LAN. Things are looking up, things are looking positive.
And that they are. They just have to win the 1 to close on 9. Navi Junior will face the rifle buys, the strong ones, the AWPs in for Mantu, M4s for everybody else. The damage being done on the utility out here towards lane is done on towards 2 players total. Jude expecting aggression, and he gets it in whole. Rolls on the bomb site, can't trade him. And Navi Junior deal with the pace, pick up pace of their own, taking number 8.
I like the call there from 9. You realise that they're starting to get a bit of comfortability on the T-side defaults, so try and throw in a spanner, try and throw in something that's going to be a bit awkward from them. Unfortunately, all the low HP players don't get converted into kills. Jugs is on 1 HP, Grabeni's on 60. They just don't fall all the way. Kragan and Mantu are going to try and hold on to their weapons. They've spotted a player out to spawn. What they haven't spotted is quite a few of the T-side line going donut A and then back into main.
Mantu will get one of those picks at least on the CT side. That's as far as it goes for him, though. 9 failing on the rifle buys. They have a decent amount of funds, though. That's what the 2 saves will do to you. There'll be another investment right here to try shot it back down.
I don't know if there'll be another one. I think they'll probably go hero on 1 or 2. It shouldn't be a full buy from 9.
No, there's rifles, M4s across the board.
See, I don't know about this one. I think you've got to try and get Mantu on the AWP. You've got to get good utility behind you. 1 kit in play. This is a risk to be buying here for 9.
Will it catch Navi Junior off guard, though? Because they'll be expecting this to be an eco or half buy round.
Well, not really, because there was so much anti-rush util. If there's that much util, you know you're up against a buy.
Miss Molly there from Demons, going to back him away from main. Access on A. Rules made noise there that forced Grabeni to panic. He took also some HEs down at 50. The M4 can't get the connections while blinded towards Elbow. Had to walk their way in. Flashes out towards Donut. Manta's going to hear those footsteps. Got 2 CTs to deal with him here. Kill, Goosh down, found. Kills from Manta with Kraken have lined them up. And Navi's fast pace has finally caught up with them. Jugs alone in a 1-on-4 to save his team. He can't do it. He never could. 13-8. Monstrous overall from 9. They look happy. They can celebrate, and rightfully so, because they are going to Prague.
They earned their place in this best of 3. This was a hell of a showing from 9. Perhaps one of the best of 3s that we have seen from them in the entire year so far. And it's such a critical moment in such an important best of 3 against what I would call not only the tournament favourites online, but probably the tournament favourite when they get to LAN. That was my sort of thinking moving into this best of 3 is we've already got ENGs there. We've already got 500. How could Navi Junior look online? Mate, they might be able to win the entire LAN, but perhaps you need to sort of roll back a little bit and say we've still got a best of 3 to play online before you can even think about the LAN opportunity.
I mean, look, we came into this whole thing saying that usually you'd look at experience pieces and say, right, well, that's where you're going to find your most favoritism, right? You've got some very good elements on the 9 side, but those results weren't coming through for them. They were coming in for Navi Junior, and the fact that they couldn't even get much in this best of 3, I think now we have to turn our conversation towards that way, because it's one thing to lose in like a very close upset affair against a team of veterans and experienced individuals that can at least outbrain you. It's another thing to have nothing at all to show for in the best of 3, and that's what Navi Junior unfortunately had to present today.
It's one of the biggest embarrassments that Navi Junior have probably had in their uptake in Rise. I mean, to be able to go, what, 2-10 down, 1-11 down in back-to-back maps? That's a joke. That is a real flounder of a performance today. And 9 jumped on it. 9 capitalized immediately. We saw individuals having some stellar impact. We saw overall rules calling a really good game. And 9 will look at this and say, we had a really good level up Lund. Let's now go to the Conquest of Prague. We're familiar with what it's like playing against ENGs. We're familiar with teams like 500. They've got to now look at themselves as being a threat once they get to the LAN.
Indeed, they should do. And I don't want to be overly critical on Navi Junior because they are so young. But
come on, Jay. Come on. You have to be critical.
Here's the thing. I don't know if there's like if there might be some mental thing going on of where they were like getting overly confident about their form as of late and coming into this matchup thinking it's going to be an easy affair. Maybe they just didn't really like prepare is probably not the right word for it, but they weren't like mentally in the right headspace to take this kind of a matchup. I mean, that's something that Coolio has to impart towards them. I'm not saying they're completely devoid of criticism, but these are very young players, and maybe consistency might be something to think about in the near future. Look, I'm trying to be at least a little bit.
Mate,
somewhat.
They've won 2 tournaments in the last handful of weeks. They've been beating tier 1.5 teams, 2-0ing top tier 2 teams, and they go 3 versus 24 in rounds in first halves in map 1 and map 2 combined. Now, there is no excuse for me.
I mean, look, I'm not going to make any sort of major things over there. I'm just saying I think they can bounce back. They've obviously shown from that in their own regard here to make the consistency work a little bit better for those important matches, to make sure you don't crack under high pressure environments like that. That's obviously going to be the next key thing at this moment. Regardless, it is a disappointing best of 3. That much I will concur upon. They should have shown us more today. I expected them to show us more today, and they didn't. So there you go. That's the end of the story for Navi Junior here in the competition here for the Conquest of Prague. So for 9, it is a victory that we didn't expect them to take, but they have taken it nonetheless. We move on to our final matchup of the online stage. fnatic will do battle against Eclot, and again, I hope it's going to be a little bit closer in terms of its overarching, position in the series. Is I look at these two teams as being much more aligned when it comes to their level in Counter-Strike by comparison to where 9 and Navi Junior were at the start of their series. So I'm hoping this next best of 3 is going to be a little bit better to Egg.
Well, I wonder, fnatic's just starting to shit it a little bit. I mean, ENG's got tested against Partizan. Navi Junior didn't even hold weight against 9. You start thinking about what's going on right now. The favorites are having a tough time. The favorites should be coming into this series with cool, calm, easy best of 3s, and it's just not happening. You're now going up against a team that is gunning to play at a local LAN tournament that's been able to play you quite a few times recently. I think fnatic might be a little bit nervous going into that best of 3.
It's on its way in about 45 minutes' time, so do join us after this extended break where we will play out the final matchup of the online stage and the final match here in the decider best of 3s. fnatic versus Eclot for the final spot in the Conquest of Prague.
šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Hello, Blame. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. You are playing Dynamo in today's match. How familiar are you with your opponent, and how many matches, for example, you play with them recently?
I think I'm definitely familiar with them, but I don't think we played them that much. I think we lost to them this year, if I'm not mistaken, a couple months ago with the old roster. But other than that, yeah, I kind of know them like I know every other team that are playing these tournaments, I would say.
Yeah. Do you feel like you can use the knowledge from Mattis, since he knows some players of the team very well?
Probably not. No, I don't think there's any advantage there. I don't think Matthews is the kind of person who sits and think about, how to exploit these things from people you might know, anything like that. So probably not. No.
Yeah, but for example, you can use this motivation to get to the tournament, to the LAN in Prague. How big is your personal motivation to have a trip to our beautiful city?
Yeah, I think it's very big, especially because we haven't attended any LANs this year. So it's really hard with this new VRS system to go to any tournaments, LAN tournaments, of course. So yeah, it would be huge for us to go to any tournament that are being held LAN. So yeah, we'll do everything we can for sure to qualify today.
Many teams are complaining about their schedule right now. As I looked, you are not that busy. You didn't play as many matches, maybe as other teams. Do you feel like that might be your advantage, or maybe you lack of some matches, some opportunities to play together?
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely a disadvantage not playing many officials. Yeah, I would say, of course, it's not me who's in charge of what we're playing, but I think we are trying to accept as much as we can to play as many officials as we can, and that's at least what I want to do. I think the best way to gain knowledge as a team, especially with a little bit of a new team with Jambo and everything. So, the more officials you play, the more mistakes you make, and it's quicker to go through the mistakes and kind of move on as a team. So yeah, I would say the more officials you play, the more used you're being to it as well. If you don't play many officials, it's also a little bit new every single time. So yeah, I think it's not an advantage not playing that much.
Yeah, you lost your last match against Ents. They are already qualified for the tournament. Is there something you took from the match, and do you think it would be great to give them this loss back in the Prague?
Yeah, for sure. I think we learned a lot from it. I think you definitely learn more from losing than you do from winning in many scenarios. So yeah, it was good learning experience, and we know what kind of rounds that we've been struggling with, and we have been fixing that in practice yesterday. So yeah, hopefully we'll be ready today to not make the same mistakes and get a win today.
For today's match, what do you think will be the most important factor in terms of beating Dynamo?
I think a lot of time it is just that we show up prepared individually. We need the individuals to show up and play good Counter-Strike. And I think if our players show up in good form, usually we'll win against these kind of teams. But it also requires that we're ready from the start and everything. So hopefully we are there.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you. See you.
Hello, Eli. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Last match, the most important one. How sad are you personally that you get to play against Mattis, but maybe how happy are you that you are playing Fnatic?
I think it's both, because on one side I would like to play Mattis on LAN and to have a fight there, but in case of having others team, I think Fnatic are pretty fine for us to be able to beat them. Navi Junior would be worse, and I think NC also, so it's a pretty good match for us.
Yeah, if you both qualify for the LAN, there is not 100% chance you get to play each other. So are you at least a bit happy you are playing Mattis at this stage of the tournament, so you actually meet him on this tournament?
As I said, I would like to meet him more on LAN, but I'm okay to play against him always, because it's more motivation for me, because it's Mattis and I want to beat him so much.
Okay, you beat Rush B 2-0 in your previous important match. The match was going your way. How do you feel the match from your point of view?
I think we didn't play well first map, but we managed to win it, so it was pretty good. And Train, I think we would have won because Train is like our good map and they are not the best, so it would be, I think, 2-0. So we are happy we qualified, but unfortunately we were not able to play Train.
Yeah. How confident are you are going to make it today? Because, as you said, fnatic is playable opponent for you, but still there is a lot of big names. They are in a kind of good form. So how do you see your chances today?
I have to say that Fnatic right now is like a better team. We have some struggles, but if we are able to win against Eagles and we play our A game, we will be able to deliver a good match or maybe win it, we see. But as you said, they are a good team and they have good players in it, so we need to be cautious and be prepared for them.
Yeah, last couple of days you played many great opponents. Do you feel prepared for this match in terms of your schedule, in terms of your matches?
I think we are good. We have a good preparation before the map, and we are always prepared. We know what they will be doing and what we want to accomplish through the map. But sometimes we don't do the best decisions, like individually, and we lose some rounds, lose some ecos. So it will be on us how we are going to play individually.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa i IHF v ledním hokeji.
Na portále PLAYzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál PLAYzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
And a warm welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. It's time for our final matchup of the online stage, our last of the decider games for today and for the whole system overall. fnatic will do a battle against Eclot in a matchup that Eli was saying in the interview he would like to have done on LAN so we could face off against Matties in the end. However, it has to be done on the online stage because only one can make their way to the LAN finals.
And you wonder, at what point is the eLive, maybe management, going to take responsibility of how much Eclot are grinding recently? They've been playing a lot of officials, trying to get their VRS points up. But to me, the most important tournament out of any tournament so far this year is the Conquest of Prague, because they know they're the only local team. They can't not be there. It would be an embarrassment if they couldn't make it to the LAN.
And they have struggled to make it all the way through with confidence here. 3-2 in the Swiss stage. Things haven't always gone as swimmingly as they would have liked it to. So at the very least, they're here in these matches. But you are right. They want to be in the LAN finals of the Conquest of Prague. They want to go to Prague, their hometown heroes, and be the best team there, basically, or at least show themselves as a contender in that competition. But fnatic are not going to be an easy draw for them. They've had head-to-heads. They have been close. And fnatic have had the better Swiss stage.
And I look at fnatic as an organisation and say, mate, they've got to get back to LAN because their last LAN was the major. And now they're in a position where they're going up against a lot of online teams in Tier 2, in Tier 3. It's probably quite demoralising for some of these players, right? Crim's on the lineup, BlameF there too. These are guys that shouldn't be grinding in the pit of Tier 2. They should be in the consistent LAN scene. And with how they've played so far in the Swiss stage, they've got to look at this final match and say, it's a little bit of a layup, but let's go out there and let's get the win today.
Well, talking about fnatic's lineup and management in general in organizations, right? Let's talk about that in context of fnatic overall, because we've already seen a change being made towards their team earlier on today. Castle is out as coach. They're not playing with a coach in this best of 3, as far as I'm aware. Sorry, scratch that. No, they have got an interim coach, so they've got a one man that isn't necessarily within that particular role, but he's going to be involved in this match. And for fnatic, like, it's just another change in a roster and an overall sort of like a contention in the scene that it's like, well, okay, it's been a very weird few months for them with the changes that they've made and some of the decisions that they've made when it comes to how they're going to field in Counter-Strike.
Well, I'll put it this way, Jay. If we were going to put Bettersport last year as one of the worst organised orgs, right, on how they're managed, I think fnatic's going to slowly start coming into that conversation. This is a squad that's been changing in-game leader, changing AWPer, changing coach, players coming in, players coming out, signings not being made at the same time. They missed out on the MRQ, didn't even come close to qualifying to the major, and they haven't been to a single LAN this year. So there's a lack of excuses from the players, but maybe bigger excuses that can be made for the background staff.
And it should be noted as well, that MRQ missing out, remember, they had a sub in during that MRQ. I'm not going to say that's the reason why they missed out on it, but it had to be a contributing factor at the same time. So it's like, right, well, now he's not playing here, even though there was rumours about him being a more permanent addition. So what gives here on the fnatic side? They should be favourites in the competition. We've rated them as so because of the players they have, but as Nine have proven, sometimes the players and the individuals don't mount up to some of their parts.
Well, even for fnatic, they've won, what, just 2 out of their past 5 best of 3s on HLTV. They've lost to NIP, they've lost to ENG twice, and the only teams that they've beaten has been Passion UA in back-to-back best of 3s, where you've got a little bit of a regional derby for both Fear and Jambo. They've just not been participating in many tournaments at all, and it's surprising when BlameF says, oh, well, we want to be playing in everything. Well, why haven't they? After the MRQ, there's been very few tournaments being accepted, whereas for Dynamo Eclot, they've got 150 maps on HLTV in the last 3 months. They're playing in multiple consistent running tournaments. I mean, right now they're in Compass Spring, they're in Y Games, they're in CCT, they're here in Tipsport. They just play almost every event under the sun.
Indeed they do, and you have to wonder whether or not that's going to be sustainable going into the future. We've talked about them as having a very inflated ranking in previous months, right, because they were floating near the end of the top 30. They've dropped down to the top 60 in the world at the moment, so they've at least eased out on that respect. So I don't know if you can necessarily call them inflated anymore. But in terms of this competition and in terms of them trying to be a bit more better in the European space, they have been a team that have been at the top end of the Tier 2 scene at times. They want to try and get back to that level, and to do so on LAN may be one of the more definitive ways to make yourself known as a top-end Tier 2 team.
I think on paper, it's a very good roster. You've got a stable core in Nubik, a very good anchor player in Ditor, Forzi on the AWP. You've got an in-game leader that's worked with a lot of strong pieces in the local scene, a good star player in Mikey. It's just felt like a long time coming in which they're getting close, but just not quite getting that boundary. I mean, even their last couple of best of threes that we've seen on HLTV, it's been a lot of losses from them. Now, we know that they typically always be banning Dust 2 and Train in recent histories. In terms of the picks, we used to see a lot of Mirage, right? Remember how that's just changed completely. Inferno's being played a lot more, Train as well. For the Fnatic side, they quite like their Train, and they're going to go into Dust too. So we're getting quite a change in the map pool to what we typically get from both of these teams.
We are seeing some familiar territory. Inferno played in all three of the last three head-to-heads between Eclot and Fnatic. Dust 2 and Anubis are where the deviations really do begin, and you're right to look at those as being some key points of contention. Mirage was always the highest played map in the pool for Eclot, but they're banning it out in the first wave of the veto because they've just taken so many losses on it, some of which in those last handful of matches you mentioned, Cybershock and Rush B being the latest two, pretty one-sided as well, two map-ups from Eclot, so don't go towards that. Try something different on Inferno. Fnatic going into Dust 2, and Anubis there to kind of settle out as sort of a bit of a mid-pack map for both teams.
Is a Dust 2 is becoming the typical insta-ban for Eclot, so it's definitely a punish pick in for Fnatic. It's a bit weird. Eclot used to be banning a lot of Train, and then they started banning Dust 2, and they used to be picking a lot of Mirage, and now they're banning it. It's getting, for the eLive, a system in which he's just changing the map pool completely, and that might just be because of how times have gotten really tough. The Eclot have been taking a lot of losses against teams that they should be beating, and that's why he maybe needs to change the map pool to try and bring a little bit more cohesiveness, maybe try and bring a little bit more success to the team.
And credit to HDU here for him and for Eclot. When they do play out Dust 2, they actually do get a number of wins. They've actually got a positive win rate on the map up. Admittedly, not quite at the highest level. They beat out Unity, local division team, and obviously a squad that you're not looking at in terms of the highest regards of the likes of Fnatic, Tricked as well, Kono. Those are teams that they've been beaten out. So it needs to be a step up on that map to try and bounce back against Fnatic, who are the Tipsport odds-on favourites, and rather heavily at that.
We've seen the last couple of best of threes on HLTV have been really competitive with those map picks. I look at the best of three series against Cybershock. Train went all the way into overtime. I look at the Astrum result, the ex-Aurora boys. It was only a few hours ago this morning. That went all rounds in regulation. The problem is they're not converting those map wins into series or even map wins in general. It's been back-to-back 0-2 losses from them. And you kind of think for Eclot going up against an ex-teammate, it's going to be a little bit difficult. You're definitely going to be the underdogs in this series, but it is the moment in which you really need to try and step up to the plate.
Indeed. The question now is, do we see them actually stepping up to the plate here in this best-of-3 series? Fnatic may well be the on-paper favourites and the odds-on favourites at Tipsport, but much like how Navi were the odds-on favourites in the last matchup, they weren't able to get the victory. Will that also be a concern and a fear for Fnatic here?
Well, I think ENGE, Fnatic, and Nine are all in the same sort of conversation in which they need lands. And I think they really locked in all of those series. So for me, I think we're going to get a really good outclassing performance from Fnatic. I assume that Eclot are going to struggle to adapt against what are some of the key players. I mean, something that should be noted is not only do we always talk about the consistent duo rifle pack of BlameF and Matties, mate, those last head-to-heads did not have the AWPer of Jambo in the team. And when you look at them, the impact from Bermalov in both of those CCT best-of-threes were very mid, very average. Jambo brings a lot more firepower to the table.
Indeed he does, and I mean, his whole move into the roster is another question mark to how Fnatic have been managed, because why not just get him in the first place is another thing that people have been discussing when it comes to how that move went down. I mean, you had fear already, you were already in contact, but that's by the by at this point. He's in the roster at the moment, and he is doing decent work for Fnatic, but will he be decent enough again to just get them past the finish line and not crack under this current moment? They have been at the highest end of the scene in the past. These players can be good. We need to see them fulfill that promise and really be the best Fnatic that I really want to see do good. I really want to like this team, but if they can't post results, then I can't do so. Map 1 of Inferno about to go live. Dwayne, your predictions, how do you feel?
2-0 Fnatic for me in this best of 3.
Ooh, yeah, I think I can say that as well. 2-0. The punish pick feels staunch. Inferno is a good map for them the same. Let's see if Eclot can resist and if they can pull off a 9. Pistols are live. The Julies are set in for Mikey. And Eclot are on the CT side start.
And Mikey trying to get some anti-rush util down, trying to get those Julies aggressive, but just gets domed in from Matties. What a start to the map.
First blood drawn appropriately with that regional rivalry. Again, eLive said he would love to play this match on LAN. Mikey to be the first victim of the Eclot side. Fnatic. You're around the corner and start leaning up towards Banana. You've got eLive that holds the B-side defensive, but in a very active angle. If he goes down quick, then the round is over.
The Elive just needs to try and get one. I think if he gets one kill, then the retake is workable, but it's a good start here for fnatic.
Matties does go down, and Elive return towards passiveness of the CT cross. There are no smokes for him to resist the execution. He's got to take the fights out. Teammates are on the way in, however, so backs up. Fear and Jambo will get seen. Jambo goes down next to Crims, was good for a responsive, so 3-on-3. PLAYmef up a tree, his Glock to fight against Detour. Detour takes the advantage now for Eclot.
Forzy could just wait out this smoke, and Crims and Fear need to try and fight against the rotators quickly, because Fear is now going down. I think it's up to Crims to recover this round.
He's trying to pick up and switch between pistols. Fear needs to swing upon that player back here towards the coffins. Picked up in the end. Detour makes it a triple in the round. Eclot will hold the pistol.
I think we've been bigging up some of the anchors quite consistently over these last couple of days. You talk about Vladen on what he's doing on Partizan, Bobek out there on 9. Detour might be one of my favorite Czechy, Slovakian kind of players, right? With how exciting he is in some of those small site anchor roles, always in the supportive positions. Watch out for his impact in the late round where he's involved in clutches, retakes, because he was definitely key to being able to get this round 1 for them.
Fnatic struck first, but the pistol win comes in for Eclot. Leaving them on a much more lighter eco. A few upgrades between the T-side players, though. The Eagles on 2 in particular, and a PT-50 for Matties. See whether there's any damage on the board of Fnatic. Eclot, however, just want to get the clean at 2-0 start and get to those rifles.
And I mentioned Fnatic being at the Shanghai Major. They had a pretty successful RMR campaign to qualify there. Even before that, October of last year, they placed top 4 in the Rest Regional Champions. That core 3 of Crims, Matties, and PLAYmef had opportunities to go to quite a few lands last year. But then you start getting into a dry spell, and you start looking at 2025 and think, well, where are they coming from? All the PGL closed qualifiers have been early exits. MRQ, the exact same conversation. This is a real chance to not only improve the VRS, but to also get a taste of what it's like to have Tier 1 players at a Tier 2 LAN.
As well as that, just to bounce back from that MRQ, because talking about ENT missing out and their quest to make something decent happen in this competition as a consolation prize, and same thing for Fnatic as well. Fnatic have it much worse. At least ENT made it towards those decider playoffs, and Fnatic got eliminated during the Swiss stage at 1-3. Jammer's going to eliminate Mikey from the round here. Elive, 3 kills for him. Does get caught back, so a little bit of damage can be done to the CT forces. That smoke in the way also allows that bomb to potentially get planted. I don't think Nubik's going to be in a position to deny it. Tapped once by Fear. Yeah, so cash injection for Fnatic, a very good eco overall. Make it a 3rd pick, that'd be even better, but Nubik takes PLAYmef down. Now it's all Fear, all alone, 44 HP. It's about 1 headshot up from range. A fight goes well. The second, a spray is awkward to the 3rd though. Detour just given a breather and just given a 2nd.
If you are Fear though, you're thinking that they're going to be pretty much double eco, aren't they? The reset is right on in this next gun round. We've been able to really scrutinize their economy line, win this first gun round. We'll be able to reset. We'll be able to go 3-2 up, and then we can start extending this lead on the T side. Fnatic will be very reliant on some of those key individuals to make impact to the start of some of these rounds. I mean, I'm looking at Matties that averages a 1.27 rating on this map in the last 3 months, and PLAYmef at a 1.30. And I think between those 2 guys, you're going to be able to get Matties in with those aggressive duels towards Banana, and then you're going to have PLAYmef's impact in the mid to late rounds.
Fnatic with a good chance to get on the board and reset the opposition. PLAYmef leaning forward, finds a great fight onto Mikey. Kill found, Elive. M4 sets, 2 players swing in, 1 goes down after bomb being dropped for it as well. HG's against the man, 13 points of health. Eventually, he's going to get run down with a numbers game. Fnatic have an open and 3B bomb site, but they do not act just yet. They're going to hold out past the smoke.
Crims is lurking and hasn't heard much of a rotation for the A-side players. The Porch individual didn't drop down. We didn't hear mass over rotation from the long individual either. Jambo to get a boost up on the sandbags to look down towards CT. Good patience here from Fnatic with the man up.
Nubik just walks right into him. Jambo with the kill. 4Z now, lone defender of the A-bomb site. Crims is going to get caught off with that casualty. And that sends them right back into the B execution. Only Detour to defend them here. Does swing well into the first fight. Gets to a 2 versus 2. Might have to wait for his backup to get here, though, to attempt the retake. It's a very good pickup. fnatic. Much better start in this close from the previous. The M4 swings anyway. Detour picks up the casualty. The trade is good. It's Gambo alone. Swing wide from 4Z. Doesn't go well for him. fnatic find the resets.
Well, I feel for Detour because he's put up just a monster hold out there on B. When it doesn't feel like much is going your way at all, you're the lone defender, you're creating chances, you're catching them off ever so slightly, and you're not being redeemed with the round victory. That will force the double eco, that will force the complete buy down. So we're going to be seeing MP9's armor, pistol armor. It's going to look weak.
Scout being the best weapon in play. SMG for Mikey. Range fight against Jambo from PLAYzone. Won't go all that well. The HE's land initially towards the secondary player. Damage will be done to Eli on that exchange. HE's continue to pepper away on the T side line. Back in for Mikey, and the SMG gets his kill in, but Jambo's quick to trade.
Eclot giving themselves just these pressure maneuvers at the moment. You're on a weakened buy. You can't just sit back and be defensive. So you flash out, you try and work the top banana. And Detour is now going to get forced of using that re-smoke. And Nubik is hoping to catch that timing. And it's actually quite good. Oh, man. That looked like a sitter. I mean, his head was ducked down, though, isn't it? So it makes it really tough from the pistol who's looking up on the stairs.
I'd love to see that from his perspective, though.
I reckon there was almost nothing to see from Crims with his head down.
It's a small production request to get that POV from the CT. Up in Boiler in that fight. Backstab's closing in from Detour in the meantime. They might make something else happen in this round, but caught by Crims on the back lines. B execution has to commit. They haven't got time to rotate. The bomb's already too far forward. And these last two men are going to fall back and save their guns.
fnatic will look at the start here on Inferno and say, we've been doing all right. 8 wins and 5 losses for them in the last 3 months. Compare that to the 13 wins and 11 losses for Eclot. Some of those milestones for Dynamo Eclot come in the local scene. And what a lot of people at home might not know, Jay, especially now that we're expanding this to a European audience, we're getting international teams, is that Eclot as an organization has won 7 Tipsport lands dating all the way back to April of 2023. Now they're in a conversation on whether they can even make it, whether they can actually even qualify. Because normally, when you just go against your Sinners and your Unity, it's always those teams that make it through the online stage, because all the other Czech and Slovak teams, they're just not really strong. You can't really contest against them.
fnatic. Very, very different sort of competition for Eclot. At least in terms of this particular circuit. Do you know that I would love to do that representation of the old times of just the local division that had competed in events like this back when they were limited only to the region. Flash forward to PLAYzone. Finds his fight. Eli is down.
PLAYzone has liked these aggressive moves out here towards Banana, but he's only done them on the anti-eco rounds rather than the gun. Jambo holding that CT smoke, and you just feel that even though fnatic have got the opening kill and they're pressurizing B, they don't need to commit with this. They're just searching PLAYzone at the moment.
Well, he sent straight through for Blame. Dink down, but he gets the kill alongside Crims. Scout of 4Z left in play from the previous reveal with that quick pop forward. Does not capture headshot, does not get a kill. And known towards the back of Coffins, known that he can't do much from this position. Now he's smoked off. Rest of the T-side lurkers that were handing towards the A-bomb site will start to fall away. Have to look more centralized. Smoke will go down the cross just in case. That bottom plant will be secured.
Eclot haven't been able to achieve much in these last couple, so they'll have to look at the next gun round as a chance to at least put some pressure back up against the favourites. It's not going to be easy in any map in the best of three, whether it be Inferno, Dust 2, or even Anubis as the decider. It's going to be a tough ask. And when I look back at the previous head-to-heads, you've got your CCTs, but there's not the same pressure of a play-in game that's going to qualify you to LAN. And the one that does share some level of emotion is probably the RMR campaign game. Eclot forced changes because of it. I think you can very easily say that if they were able to win that game, close out Nuke when they had 3 series points and qualify to the major, mate, Kriaz and Blitz probably find that their contracts have been extended, that they continue on here with the organization of Eclot.
Sometimes a single match can make all the difference to a career. Multiple examples of how even an RMR or a major qualifying matchup has made or broken a team. I mean, Bait probably going to be very happy with how things went down at the MRQ, for instance, but even thinking back to 2021 where that Fiend roster gave rise to Copenhagen Flames in that qualifying match. Obviously killed the Bulgarian squad in the process. Eclot. So he decided defensive over towards the A bomb site has been taking a lot of room from fnatic. Sorts of access, smoke deeper. E-Live has been seen. Blameleth couldn't adjust towards the man. A margin of 3 points of health. Nubik follows it up in the meantime, so it's a 5-on-3 for Eclot.
Looked unlikely that the CT of the E-Live is going to be able to win out that opener, but it's at least a change-up. We've seen fnatic getting a lot of success towards Banana, so you go into what is the start of the second gun round, and there's a little bit more high tempo, taking space away, getting aggressive. And the E-Live, the in-game leader, is currently top fragging for Eclot, which is something that you don't see all that frequently.
Come into this map motivated. Regional rivalry, as you mentioned in the interview, and what is that, just a spot at LAN. So much riding on this game for the Eclot camp. 40 seconds as they walk their way forward into Banana. Matty's E-Live around the corner. Can't take a fight though. Low HP was always going to go down. Does reveal information of the T's now acting incendiary for Nubik. It's going to stop them. 25 seconds for the execution.
You can get out here towards Coffins and just use a single flashbang. Forzy's come out. I'll be surprised if the bomb goes down here for fnatic.
Triple man crossfire. Gonna wait and bait until the very last moment. Fig with a bomb on his back. Matty's needs to keep his head set towards the back lines. Fights on towards Nubik first with that kill, leaving Fear defenseless. He'll go down as well. Crims save his AK. He's got a little bit of cash. He will die before time. And that makes it 3 apiece for Eclot.
The E-Live set up that round, and it was the rest of the team that closed it down. Matty's and the E-Live were teammates on both Enterprise and Sampi. Together they won the Tipsport MRC LAN finals in November of 2023. Matty signed with fnatic just 2 days after winning that LAN. So really, it was the last dance for Sampi at the time.
The first dance for Eclot here against fnatic. We're able to keep pace with our leaders and our favourites. All squared up at the moment. Moment's respite. Only offered by the defaults fnatic. Running rather slow about this. Eastside base is having Crims set towards the apartments, but all of his teammates all the way back at the top end of the arches. The Banana entrance.
Matty's hoping to just try and work a pick before that smoke goes down. They're just going to flash themselves through, brute force the space. And for the CTs, they've got almost no util left, so they've got nothing that they can do to block. So what it has to be is dry faces, and Dittor has been caught on that lurk out. That's Crims in the apartments.
Frag out towards the short access. Jambo's taken Mikey. E-Live going back and forth with 2 of his own. Fear makes it a 2 versus 2. That bomb is on his back, and the rotations may be called up here. Crims is wary of a potential action out towards the apartment. Forces are going to wait on top of quad, though. This could get interesting, depending on how Crims takes the next fight. Forces so wary of the other apartment's entrance. Crims sees him, dives out of the way. No damage has been done. Now, bomb's on its way back in the long way. I thought that there might be some sort of mid-walk, but now they've heard him drop off. They know there's 1 player per bomb site.
And Forzy is trying to make the info play, trying to see if he can catch the reposition. He's expecting a play out from brackets, and instead he was expecting Crims to go deep into the apartments. I think Nubik might as well just save. I don't think there's any point going for this round.
A few AKs dropped out there. No AWP, I think, was brought into the round for Eclot, or for fnativ rather. I think he's actually going to wrap all the way back in towards mid, so he's going to go for something. Got a defuse kit, got a smoke, HE and flash as well. But you have to isolate both of these fights. The crossfire is just too tight. Leaning in. The back wall plant as well. 20 seconds left, a little bit less than that. Crims and Fear are not moving. Nubik's not moving either. The AK will watch and wait. And will just get swung upon. Fantastic headshot for the Swede. Triple for Crims. The veteran shines again as Fnatic take the lead back.
And it's not the first time, Jay, in the Tipsport circuit we've seen one of these international competitions. I think back to around March time of 2022, there was a cut out in Slovakia that they ran, and Apex were invited. That was when it was Asilian and Nork, Jacob, Chauzy, and Sticko. They ended up winning the tournament. A BP5 were there with Fleeve and Color, Aaron, those sort of guys, Sinners, Enterprise, Asuba, a Tropic Prague. And Dynamo Eclot were there as well. So it's a few years, but it seems like Tipsport have come back to the census of, yeah, let's try and open it up. Let's not just make it about the Czechia scene.
So far, it's all international representation, however. Eclot would like to be the one Czech squad that goes towards the Czech land. So far on the back foot of making that happen. Fnatic take a little bit of damage, at least to the utility basis of Eclot, but the problem is more in the weapons they have to play with. Upgrade pistols, SMGs on 2. The fights are going to go the way of the T side, and that doesn't seem like it's going to change too much. A couple players held out in the wine corner. A fourth man going to join that B defensive. Once again, leaves Nubik all alone.
But it's been tough for Forzy because he's just never getting the AWP, is he? All of the gun rounds, he's had the M4. So your star player, your big rifler, is 1 and 3. Fear is hearing a lot of this movement towards the top of Banana, and see heavy players, instead of cancelling, they try and brute force more trades.
They do get there in the end. Lamef is low HP, and that could leave a chance for Dittor here. No, they counter-rotate. They decide to go back in towards the A play. Crims has walked his way up. I don't think he's got all the info on Nubik, though. USP, only good for the one frag on Blame F, it should be. HP against that man. Short access needs to be taken. They're going to clear out majority of their corners with a look at the balcony as well. Not Blame F. USP can tam him down. Jambo going to get the trade. Detour's grabbed an AK with Kevlar. And he wants to also try the retake.
Well, he might as well this time around. You've got decent util in the reserve. Even if he loses the AK, they're still going to get themselves a strong, good buy. So I'd say, yeah, 1v2, might as well attempt it.
Well, no kit, so a lot of time pressure against him. Not finding anything on the search towards Long is going to just go back and save that gun anyway, so. Fnatic get away with their 5th. A decent amount of damage output by the Eco, though, with the save rifle. It can be happy with that, even if it isn't going to turn into anything more. Fnatic. Now face the rifle buy again.
We saw Eclot only quite recently played at Tipsport LAN. It was about, what, a month ago? And unfortunately, they got upset in the grand final. Went up against the Sinners organization and couldn't even take a single map. Eclot meant to be the kings of the Tipsport circuit. So not only would they like to get back to LAN, but they'd like to get a little bit of revenge of not quite getting the title. You look at the last 3 LANs for Eclot. We've got the Tipsport Cup Spring event, was last month. The MCR 2024, which was in November, in which they won. That was when Blitz and Kriaz were still on the team. And then just before that, of course, the RMR, when they lost out to against Fnatic, going 2 and 3 in the Swiss. It's been a slow start here on the CT side, but mainly because of how the economy's gone down for them. I think as soon as they lost so much against that Eco, and then lost the first gun round, it's just destroyed them, isn't it?
I think it has. But now the orb's available for fnativ, so it's the one weapon that you wanted to see the most out of Eclot. The task against fnativ. Where's he placed himself? Forward protocol over on Banana. PLAYzone. He's got the spam right, and he gets the kill against him as well. fnativ negated immediately.
And now Jambo's on the surge, out here aggressively with Matty's. HE placement is good. There's a lineup for Nubik, but he doesn't quite strike with the secondary kill. At least he gets one and falls back to safety.
And Jambo smart to escape. Knew he couldn't take a fight directly with the HP brain where it was for him. Great HE placement from the short access, and Detour deal with the apartments players. Crim's not going to beat that smoke. Jambo can beat Detour though. Goosh down at 50 points of health. The Molotov coming against him. Crims drops in and picks him up. Advantage now for fnativ. Smoto smoke. Keep Eli at bay, as alongside Nubik getting caught out to brackets. So it's once again dismantling from the favourites, the T side of fnativ. On a 6 to their board. Mikey's orb at least doesn't quite fall down to the hunt of PLAYzone. But the round is already lost for Eclot, and they know it.
To me, it just feels like a flat showing from Eclot. It doesn't feel poor, but it feels flat. And I think when you get into these play-in games, when there's a lot on the line, you can't afford to have a flat performance because you're just going to get outclassed. They are not in a position where they are striking. They're not in a position where they're even threatening much against fnativ. I'm looking at them being down, what, 3-6, now 3-7. I'm not getting a good feeling about map number 1.
Yeah, fnativ having their way with Eclot. With the knife kill from Crims coming in on Mikey just to ensure that it gets even better for their own economy state. They can't save that weapon. Eli doesn't get searched upon all the way. And usually I'd say, well, you've got 3 players down, so you're making it expensive, but fnativ have had enough good rounds and confident rounds where the economy's still well built. The reset potential isn't there for Eclot, and so working against a round streak, a very, very good line of form for fnativ, and well, no opportunities to reset.
Just seeing fnativ not bringing too many different levels of pace. It's been quite slow. They haven't brute forced too many fights in gun rounds. They've just tried to work map controls step by step, tape banana, tape brackets, work apps. This time around it's a little bit quicker. And I think we're noticing that from PLAYzone. Anytime he's up against the anti-half-buy or eco, he is using some of these aggressive duels. Now we'll know that the AK is playing out there towards B at least.
PLAYzone down. Matty's got Eli going down next in the 4-on-4. They look to hold, and decent kill in from Detour, but it's traded immediately by Jambo. Only left to an SMG up in the apartments. A lot of players out there, in fact, for the Eclot side. AK to fight from Crims. He might think it's clear that there might be the chance for the second man to strike. Fear's not safe for that angle. Nubik's revealed himself. The last rotator, and Mike is going to grab an AK on the way in. Fought back by Jambo, gets killed off. Nubik all alone, tapped up. Wonderful shot for the Quadra. And fnativ, well, they'll have the half with decent confidence.
And it's one of the very rare times that Matty's is having a bit of a shocker individually, and yet the team is performing well. That's, I would say, a good sign from a tactical point of view, because we've casted so many fnativ games recently where it feels maybe pressure is too high on Matty's to always be putting up really good performances, to always be the guy that's dropping 20s and top fragging on the server. And some of his aggressive moves into brackets have been punished by Nubik in particular. But fnativ have looked comfortable, and I'm looking at where the score could be. I mean, if they get a 9-3 half, I think there's just no chance of survival.
And that is a very possible outcome here. Bought back in for fnativ, still yet to find a pick with the big green. I don't think he's had a frag since before he bought the first weapon. Very slow to begin for him, fnativ. Firing on all cylinders on the contrary.
Looked like it was going to be an app spot, but they end up slowing down. I think they weren't able to really contest enough against Banana. Resmoke goes out to the apartment, so they just start cancelling and start working long instead.
And they're taking their time even now. Smoke's down from Fear. Will try to lurk out towards that lawn position. It will keep players on the A-bomb site, but peek in from Crims may offer up something more towards them. smoke down from Eli, going to block off Banana. Jump face, seeing the bomb carry. That's a good thing against him as well. Forced to run away with it. Flash blinded, gets caught up on geometry though on the boost up. Matty's going to get the trade to a 4-on-4. It's Mikey alone in the back lines, AUG in hand. Smokes down at Coffin's going to cut those rotations, but are they going to check all the way to the extremities here? Jambo's low with the bomb on his back. PLAYmef going to search, swing in, kills found. Wonderful shot from the Dane. And Eclot forced away from B, maybe forced out of the round falls. He's trying to pick it to a 3-on-3 though. But it's just the 2 men here at CT.
It was surprising to not even see Jambo using that molly anywhere. New box, dark. He holds on to it, and he won't be using it in the post plant. Dittor wants to try and get out to that AK, but you can feel that there's nothing in it because Nubik's not activating. He's out there towards passive ramp. He's not really moving. Forzy gets a kill, and it's a shame because fights are presenting, but you're not in a position to retake the bomb site, and you save again. You just give another round over to the internationals.
Good exit approach from the AWP, so it's just minimal impact being found by him. Eight on the board of the T side, looking for a 9-3 half. Like I mentioned earlier, that could be very, very concerning. Have to be a forced buy, of course, for Eclot. No choice in the matter.
Now, remember in the break, Jay, I was having a look on Twitter and I saw Coolio making a tweet. He said, lost 2-9. We wanted to qualify so bad for this tournament. Sadly, the pressure didn't let us. And I start thinking, is that the exact same thing of what's happening to Eclot? You're the tournament front runners because you're the local team. You're always in the circuit. You're going up against a team where you had Matties that used to play with a few of these boys, used to play in your little system, used to play with all of the local teams. And it's the pressure of being that national team to qualify to the Czech LAN.
It's a very good theory. We'll never know for sure, but you can infer quite a lot from just those circumstances. fnatic leading the charge quite staunchly here. Swinging for Jambo, getting the pick. Eli down. Second man to fight. Mikey brings out the utility, smokes up, and Jambo still wins it. He's just too good. The one trade on the lurker means nothing in the state of the bomb take. It's B site open for business, bomb plant secured. And Jambo there to cut the rotators off before they even get to a retaking position.
It's mad that Jambo is this aggressive in CT without a teammate in sight. Gets himself a first. Oh, and he makes it 2. Oh, they're just styling on them now, aren't they?
Yeah, he's having a game. 16 kills. Give him the ace. Go on, Fear. Hide from Detour. Hide away. Nah.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Great start from fnatic, the international squad. Lead by 6 rounds at the turn of the half. Eclots crumbled to pieces at the hands of Jambo. And now move to the T half to try and find anything to recover, but I'll admit to Egg, once again, the outlook does not look good.
It felt as if they were contesting rounds, but they lacked quality in the mid to late round to convert them into victories. And I look with their scoreline, I look with the entire best of 3. You are right, the outlook looks extremely uncomfortable, and this looks like the last best of 3, that we're just having a really strange day of overwhelming scorelines. It wasn't like that at all yesterday.
No, it was a barn burner first day of the deciders, and the second day is okay. Do you know what? We're a bit hungover from the partying last night.
What have we had? A 10-2 half, an 11-1, now a 9-3 in the games that qualify you to LAN.
Neither of those last two map-ups we saw the returns from Navi Junior. fnatic. Their raw contact in towards mid, seeing players in from the second entrance. Forzy quick peek back. Nubik doesn't get caught off by Krim, so maintaining the man deficit. Still favourable towards Eclot, though. That bomb crossed back in. Fear, HE. Damage being done. Blind taps don't get the casualties. They've lost the B bomb site already here, so now that the bomb's crossed, they'll start to rotate, but this will be a retake set.
Crims is wary that Mikey is aggressive. Being the B lurk and got the opener, he could just be anywhere. And there is double flashes, and if it's timed right, they could start to explode out on the retake.
Flash into Church. Crims will lean him up. E-Live. The sandbags, the default plant. Mikey swing, good kill. Secondary 2 versus 3 as Fear can trade one player from range. He needs to support BlameF, another player as a kit, so no time left on the clock. One more casualty to take. Oh, Detour pops him in a fantastic headshot in the second man as well. There you go, pistol win for Eclot, just what they needed.
Good work from Mikey, and I guess these are the kind of matchups where I want to see, can he basically be what Blitz was in the previous iteration? Because I always felt that for Blitz, he was a fairly consistent rifler, but at times had really high levels of impact. And I'm thinking the scoreline is in a massive deficit. You're going up against a strong opponent. I want to see Mikey take over. I want to see him consistently be a proper star player in the second half who's going to make a difference to at least trying to see if he can bring something back. And we've definitely noticed games like it, but this is proving ground, isn't it? This best of 3.
Eclot. In their defaults, quick towards the A bomb site. fnatic up to the stack B, and the lone lurker over on A's defensive is going to go ahead and join them. So we want pick up on Mikey against that lurk. This should not be around here.
Shouldn't expect anything. Forzy is now playing his 497th map on HLTV for Eclot. Getting very close to that milestone of 500. He joined up on the squad on, what, 15th of December 2023? Been here for about 18 months or so now.
Sounds about right. fnatic. Smart by Mikey, recognizing he's dead, just get rid of the AK. Good call. Now the Mat 10s can clean out, get some money to return against that AK's position, so... Oh yeah, lost weapon for the T side, but will not be a major concern with the money that they gained. I've used that one player to see it, but didn't quite land it, so... fnatic on their rifle buy for the first time in the half.
Now, this is a chance for fnatic to close the game down quickly, to not give much of a comeback. And you'll notice on the player cams, new jerseys. HLTV photos got updated recently from the Eclot side. Trying to give the bright red.
Nomination for Jersey of the Year, Twig?
Yeah, it looks all right.
We'll see at the end of the year.
Yeah. Maybe they might have a Conquest of Prague special.
Ah, I never know. Eclot. Special execution on the A-bomb site ahead of them. Fast plays up. Very little time to really contend with the M4 at BlameF. Cut down by Mikey, and his flick back to his head. Jamba beyond the smoke is caught by Dieter at the apartments. Crims can hold on for only so long. Matty's trading. Head of that motor smoke's been missed at a small gap there, but all he can do is damage to the remaining 3. And with him being tagged up to 20, it's back out and save for fnatic. Eclot, little resistance on the defensive, and that's what's costing fnatic here.
Getting a little bit of a comeback in this second half. It's only the early stages of it, but it's a good sign moving forward. A little bit more aggressive. The default was kind of being disrupted. And then as soon as the exec comes in, we just see the clean entries. Fnatic have not quite got to double digits just yet. Now, the rebuy won't come in completely. They'll probably buy down in half. You've got Fear and Matties that could probably drop an MP9 each. Maybe Crims buys an MP9 as well. Maybe a Deagle Armor. I don't think it's worth buying it down all the way.
Probably not. Might get a tactical pause out of Fnatic to discuss the state of the buy. Indeed there is, their first one of this map. No need to call one up until now. As you say, Eclot spooling up a little bit of a comeback right here. It wasn't like in the last series where you could just tell there was no real substance around any return. It was much more one-sided scoreline than 6 to the good.
And perhaps this is Independent's time to prove that he could be a interim coach moved into a head coach. I mean, he was the assistant coach. He coached the Latvian squad of Wolfsung back in the day, the Prodigies organization that played in ECL, and then Guild Female most recently. He's been a part of the org for about a year now. And this is his time with Castle gone to say, right, I've got what it takes to be the head coach, so give me the reins and let me see what I can do with it.
Oh, good shot for Jambo. Scout picked up part of the half buy, a kill on Forzy. Strikes first. They've split all the other rifles towards one per bomb site. Fear here on B with Blame F. Matty's on A in the apartments alongside Crims, but Eclot, B is the target, Fear's up to task.
This re-smoke from Blame F is either going to go down towards the molly at New Box or smoke off towards Top Banana. Jambo is just getting more and more out of the scout, and it might start funneling them towards the A bomb site instead. Jambo can re-smoke, they've got a boost up at the M4, and they keep 3 players towards A directly.
That smoke will stall. It's the only one left here on the B site defensive. The man's going to leave him completely. Utility inbound, footsteps heard. Molotovs coming up to being and await. Molotovs extend out towards the New Box. They're forced to dismantle that boost. Match forward, Jambo still searching here. Eli bursting, firing with Mike. He gets the kill win. Detour with one of his own. Blame F in the back lines. Lost his teammate, lost that rifle. Could really do with it right now, and just nothing gained for him. Eclot calmly take control of the situation, calmly take their 7th.
So rather than smoking off the molly, they smoke to the left-hand side to give themselves a little bit of cover. And to me, it means that the M4 is basically useless. Once it gets off of that boost, it's not in a position where it can really fight. Would have preferred to see the smoke down on the molly and keep the boost up. And Crims will hope to try and see if he can get an exit frag out of this 5-7. But Eclot, they're closing the gap right now.
And seriously so. Matty gets to get the start on the CT side. The damage output wasn't quite enough to truly deficit the economy state. They'll be buying back, of course, with their loss bonus picking up a gear. A good start from Jambo as well.
Well, was that on? I mean, the more that I watch that slow play, I'm thinking, didn't even look like he was anywhere near him.
Sub-tick system.
Oh yeah, the sub-tick works, boys. Yeah, Valve, just keep doing it. The sub-tick is great.
A tactical pause. One called in by Fnatic. We've yet to start on CT. Need to hunker down the defensive soon. One of their best days already been passed. I mean, will Eclot try and take control of an even scoreline stance? They just need to win this next round, and it should come through for them.
Ditto against Forzy, making a really aggressive move with this orb, trying to see if he can post. Now, no one is crossed into the sight line. Instead, Fear is just trying to put deeper nades down.
Stepping over, spring forward, kill from fawzzy, protects his teammate. Mikey alive with 3 points of health. And Crims. You see so many of the individuals kill on the first man, continues that spray to the second as well. Rubik and Eli are down. Crims needs support though. He gets almost a third kill. fawzzy is low now. The AWP shot of Jambo connects against the first. Mikey swinging up the AWP v AWP fight. Goes well for Jambo. Not an AWPer in that T-side roll. Now Dieter in a 1 versus 3. Bomb out in the open. And trying to force out a kill back. It does at least get the frag, so we can plant it down now on the site itself. Tap it once to try to force a fight on Blame F. He's trying to isolate these individual jewels, and he's doing well for it. 1 man left here, tapping it for a second time. And Matties is close. But I think he might have called his bluff. Up on the balcony, he'll wait for contact, he'll wait for vision to reveal. Smoke's about to clear. Who's hearing Sue first? And Matties reads it better. Shot to the head. And a 10th for fnatic.
That was so well played from Dittor in the 1v3. Just to be able to isolate some of those jewels, to draw them out, even in the 1v1, to be slowing the round down and hoping to catch a timing. I think he's played it perfectly. It's just a shame that he can't find that connection. And Krems gets so much impact, and then Jambo follows up. I think it's a shame for fawzzy. With how much impact you bring to the start of the round with the AWP pick on Banana, you're hoping for a bit more success out of the brackets players.
Started so well. Crims dismantled them. Tactical for the final time called in by Eclot. Because they have reached an impasse here. Great to return the advantage that fnatic had gained somewhat. 3 rounds for the good, though, as fnatic re-extend that lead, and money is broken here, so you probably are a little bit away from losing control of this map up. It cuts both ways, though. fnatic also low on money, and they're buying into 3 SMGs. The weapon state looks better for Eclot. The fnatic have their rifles posted first, in particular for Jambo. Banana for first kill, doesn't get it yet.
Jambo's definitely been more flashy than what the other AWPer has been from fawzzy. AWP just posted and trying to get a little bit more aggressive. AWP strikes and instantly falls back to B.
Molly was expecting someone to sandbags, no one at the CT cross itself. Advantage taken on the CT side of things. A crossfire of Crims and Matties here on the bomb site in the apartment's balcony entrance. You've got Blame F also in support, but fighting from long range there on long. Might catch the lurker if he continues to extend, but Eclot's decided to fall back entirely. Regroup towards B. B will be the target.
Well, fawzzy's been holding for basically the majority of this entire round, and no retaking nades have come towards him. Finally, there's a re-smoke. The problem is Jambo's got another smoke. I can't see the success being landed on B. I think with 30-odd seconds on the clock, as soon as that re-smoke goes down, there's going to be a panic from Eclot.
30 seconds. The smoke comes in perfectly. Fear. Wait and play anti-flash. HG's in against them as well. He peeks back in, catching Eli, not fully blinded. Shots of Jambo connect to another man. Finally, Fear will drop, but now the SMG play Rep is on the scene. A spray down 1.5. Damn near 2. Dieter on 3 points of health. Tapping the bomb. Hoping to get another frag out of it. Jambo doesn't even get the no-scope. USP is good enough for the kill to return and for the advantage to extend for fnatic. Not even a bomb plant bonus for Eclot in this round, so money is truly crippled.
It's going to really hurt, and you start feeling for Jambo that the sample size is still quite small in what we've seen from him. I mean, this is just his 32nd map since joining up on fnatic, and he's been here for, what, approaching 2 months? That feels unusual, and that is basically coming down to fnatic not playing in many tournaments recently.
Eclot's half by. Ripped apart quickly, fnatic. Showing excellence here on the CT basis. And excellence on this map. of Inferno. At least one sneak pass from Detour is going to get Jambo. Tap to the head. Can't get a second though. Matties trades him. And there's no more threat for Eclot.
Good discipline there from Detour to try and have the trigger to try and get in for 2, but just couldn't quite line it up. Matties against Mikey on the Glock is going to be an easy kill. And now Forzy's last one left for the dig. Fnatic are going to get themselves up to 12. And unfortunately for Eclot, it just has to be noted, it was a poor first half. No matter how we judge their T side, no matter how much maybe praise we can give them at times for some of their execs and some of the timings, 9-3 at the deficit on your map pick, it's just not good enough in this kind of game.
Not at all. Well, the worst map pick we've seen today, but certainly bad enough for Eclot to potentially concede the series off the back of it. Remember, the next map picked in by Fnatic was Dust 2, and we know that Dust 2 has historically not been a great map for Eclot. We know it, they're training in the map pool with the nature of them banning the highest played map in this particular veto. That's with the curveball of curveballs to get back in the series. HEs have already landed so well on Mikey and Co. Mikey at only 12 points of HP. Flash in, kill, found Fear, has mowed through 2 more. The end is nigh for Eclot now. Surely they can't recover this.
Tactically, Fnatic have looked really strong across both the first half and the second. And Crims isn't even required against the AWP, and there it is, 13-7. A good showing for Fnatic, and similar signs to what we saw in that last series from 9. The expectation finally being backed up by results.
Indeed, you know, and obviously results have been something the Fnatic have not always been able to post up in previous times. I know that they're definitely higher in terms of looking at them in contention of this particular LAN event, but, you know, I would have expected that given how lackluster things have been for Fnatic overall, there would have been something more that Eclot could have exploited on their favoured map in this best of 3, but evidently not, and so I have to wonder if it's down to underperformance from them on the opposing force as to why things look so one-sided here.
Eclot will be disappointed because they know that this is a subpar performance. I'd probably even say below par. And when you're going up against a Fnatic side that are really hungry to get to a LAN, everyone's really hungry, but especially these guys, because they're a tier 1 organization, because they're at least an org that used to yearly always be at LANs. And now you're getting into May and you haven't even been to one a single year. LANs are getting tougher for these tier 2 teams, and they're desperate for it. I think now, in this best of 3 series, they've shown that they're outclassing their opposition.
Indeed they are, and Fnatic obviously very hungry about how things have gone for them in the last month or 2. You know, the MRQ was a key failing point for them out in the Swiss stage when they really probably should have been at least making a run towards that last chance bracket, if not actually making it into the major proper, because this is a very legacy organization. They've got players that we know that can do well, and in this particular context right here, it feels like they're on their way to Prague already. It's their map pick coming up next week, and I'm not certain that Eclot are coming into today as fueled as we would have expected them to be.
It's going to be a rough few days by the looks of it from Eclot. I mean, you take yesterday and today, it's now 0 for 5 in maps going into their 3rd best of 3. Things have got to turn around, and they're running out of time to do so.
It's one more map left in it, perhaps, in this whole competition in the online stage. At the very least, Dust 2 picked in by Fnatic. If they win it, then they'll be going off towards the Prague LAN here. So it's going to have to be a turnaround from Eclot. And again, I think their one hope is going to be that they've allowed this map to slip past when it typically is their permaban. So they must have some curveball, right?
Well, you would certainly think so. I mean, I could talk about it a little bit. Dust 2 used to be the permaban for Fnatic, but now the permaban is Nuke. And then for Eclot, they used to be banning a lot of Train, and now they've been banning Dust 2. So it's very unusual to get this map in the series. Fnatic is certainly looking at it as a punish today.
Let's see if they can punish well. We're heading to a break. When we come back, it's Dust 2 between Fnatic and Eclot.
KFC patří ke hře.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Another one-sided way to get things underway here in our second best of 3. Eclot unable to contest against Fnatic at 9-3 at the half, eventually turning over to what was a very, very good confident showing from Fnatic overall. It's Dust2 up next, and again, this could well be the ultimate punish pick that sends Fnatic towards Prague. Again, the only thing that I have is the curveball that Eclot are prepared for something on this map up, but that does not give us tangible results to say that this is going to be a good victory for them.
Typically speaking, I don't like punish picks in these kind of matchups where there's a lot of pressure on the line, but after seeing how disappointing Eclot were in map 1, I don't think it really matters at all. This is an Eclot side that very rarely play Dust2. I mean, they've played it, what, twice in April, a couple of times in March, and then a couple of times in February, where at least for Fnatic, they played it, what, 2 days ago against ENG? They played it 3 days ago against Passion UA. They're at least getting more recent officials under their belt. So we'll probably not see many Dust2 picks coming in from Fnatic, but what we will see is in this isolated best of 3 series, they realize it to be quite a large weakness for the opposition.
It's just, again, 13-7, how overwhelmingly confident Inferno was, right? The only reason why it was only 7 rounds was because Eclot won the pistol and the conversions and followed up with a streak. As soon as Fnatic got back on track, it ended pretty quickly after the fact. So it's like, again, they are the form team, apparently, in terms of this particular matchup, and how they've weighed up against Eclot. It just looks so confident that I can't necessarily, I can't not have my doubts, basically, right? I have to look at the way that things have worked up, and I have to assess how the match has gone so far, and it has been completely in Fnatic's hands here. So for Eclot, like, what are the things they can do to try and get Dust2 and try and at least give it a bit of a fight on Dust2, if nothing else?
Well, it's difficult because I think tactically they just lacked quality out there on map 1, and I look at Dust2 with how it plays. It's so slow, it's so passive on the T side, it's so timing-based. So I'm not sure what they can adjust. I'm not sure if they can actually adapt on the fly. I mean, to be able to sort of come in with motivation and come in with a different mindset going into a map that you don't play, it's not easy to change those things together.
Indeed, it's not. Eclot have got a hell of a task ahead of them. Fnatic must be feeling pretty breezy about how things went in that last one, right? Like, again, you had a 9-3 opening half, and then you just looked like you were completely able to swamp them when it came to those last handful of rounds, that last little streak to the map point, and ended, of course, to the map victory, of course, as well. So that four-round streak just so proficient. Again, just so proficient for Fnatic. And it is surprising to me because we have seen Fnatic completely dip out in certain capacities. And this is obviously the hell of a day to make that form work towards your favor. But I was expecting a much more closer affair here.
Well, you've got to remember, Fnatic haven't really, I wouldn't say bottled it, but they haven't had too many situations like this, in the sense that even in the MRQ, they used a stand-in. So what other tournaments have they really played in recently where they could legitimately threaten a qualification spot to land? I can't really think of any. I mean, the PGL closed qualifiers, they got to, what, top 8 in both of them, didn't even get towards the playoffs, couldn't get out of the group stage there. So this is finally not so much where the stars are aligning, but the best chance they have to get to a LAN because they've got the full roster, they're in good touch, they're not overworked with the amount of officials. I mean, in the last 3 months, Fnatic have played 94 maps on HLTV versus Eclot at 151, and then if you look at the last couple of months, it's about 40-odd. It's a real drop-off. It was sort of way back towards that February period where we were seeing a lot of officials from Fnatic.
And that's despite the likes of PLAYzone from the interview saying that it's a disadvantage not to play more officials, right? Like, they've got all the time in the world, but maybe sometimes you just need to have that little bit more composure about you. In this particular case, the focus on where it matters most. The LAN qualification spot is up for grabs. Dust2 may well decide it for Fnatic. Eclot need this one to take us to a third of the best of 3, which will be Anubis if we do have to go there. But I think Fnatic's 2-0 is well and truly on the table. The pistol's alive, they're on the CT side.
While the sample size might be small, the round win percentage on T side for Eclot is astronomical on this map at 71.1%. So that's clearly a reason why they've at least wanted to start on the T side rather than the CT basis.
Jambo over the fight. Eli kill gets found, and Nubik gets another one as well. PLAYzone having to dive out of the way. On the A-bomb site with some sort of trade frag in some capacity. He does get one out of it, but Detour quick on a responsive. So Eclot, much like their second half, their T side of Inferno, we'll get the pistol out on the T side of Dust2 as well. Matty's 1-on-4, can only trade one man. Definitely not retake material here.
Hope to try and get the one short player, but there shouldn't be any more than that. Backstab's coming through from Mikey. Detour just needs to waste time. As long as he stalls out for time, there's going to be no threat from Matty's at all on the retake.
That bomb's planted for long, I should say. Very open position. Smoke's got to go down on it for Krim and for Matties. Mikey will be there to shut him out. So pistol win for Eclot. fnativ playing from the back foot early.
And this is maybe where Eclot, for going into the future, going into the middle section of the year, just need to work out their map pool on what exactly does it look like. Do we want to be banning Dust 2? Do we want to be banning Train? Do we even want to be banning Nuke? I mean, it's been changing quite frequently between those three maps of what the Insta is, and then what is meant to be our #1 map in the pool right now? Is it meant to be Mirage? Is it meant to be Inferno? Is it even Train that we've been picking recently? It's a bit all over the place for how the eLive sees the map pool for the squad.
Maybe in the long term it will work out better for them, but here and now, you don't get a long-term opportunity to qualify for LAN here in Conquest of Prague. USPs on the Eco, harsh at that. And a couple of frags out of the T side. Decent work being done against the one man of Detour, but not enough to get a kill. All's good in the hood. Eclots will face the rifles.
And now you just start thinking that the first few rifles might just give us an indication to what the competitive edge is going to look like between both of these squads. fnativ, you'd hope and really expect that they won't give too much of an early lead over towards the underdogs. Otherwise, you then start thinking that maybe Anubis will start approaching, at least in your mind.
Good attack shot on Matties to start off the rifles. The scouts still in play. Bonus weapons for Eclot where they can justify keeping them around. Cobalt, of course, reinvest their weapons from the previous losses and the casualties that they took. As being Forzy and eLive on $0. Mikey lead them in as Matties reveals himself at that corner. Smoke down against Mikey's presence to ensure that they don't quite get the frag against. HGs are well placed and he will take less than 30 points of health now on his damage.
Yeah, Eclot may have been able to pressure in there towards the doors and now start taking short, but Mikey and Dittor are basically just baits at this point, just decoys. They're not going to be able to do much on this low HP. fnativ have got Jambo at the back of A ramp, who's got quite a bit of recycling util. He's got a smoke that he can put down, an incendiary too. Even BlameF, watch out for his HE. If there's maybe an elbow smoke approaching from the T side, that's when he can lob that in and try and get some mass damage from spawn.
45 seconds. He smokes down Nubik and his swing doesn't get what he wants to. Jambo going to recognize the fact that it was all a lurk play anyway. 2-1-2 splits, BlameF. Blind firing does find Forzy beyond that smoke. A little bit of a gap generated by the sprays. eLive leaning in, thinking that Matties is not a threat at car and watching the window, loses the bomb and probably loses the round with it. 2v5. Mikey and Detour, also the low HP players here, just all sorts of disadvantages. Matties will swing for the kill on that scout player, Matt then a Detour. Nice to be upgrading towards the rifle if possible. Fighting BlameF though doesn't let it happen. And fnativ are on the board.
Matties and Forzy were teammates on Enterprise from August of 2021 to January of 2022. They played over 100 maps together on HLTV, including a top 6 placement at the V4 Future Sports Festival. And funny enough, that was with the eLive as well.
Again, they're former teammates. Will it turn all the way up for them though? They get back towards the land by defeating each other. Have to do so on one particular case. Eclot buying back into round 4. You know, I mentioned before that Forzy and eLive had a lack of funds because of their investments, and down to $0 means a first stage loss bonus, $1,400 to spend. So seeing 2 pistols coming out of Eclot here for round 4, meaning that fnativ are most well and truly in the better buy state and therefore should have the favoritism in this round. Eclot will need Forzy, Mikey and Nubik to force something else.
Well, with how the economy's going, there's very similar stages to what happened to the start of Inferno.
Yeah.
The eLive is trying to see if he can get that Tech-9 in for an aggressive duel, but nothing's presenting and then just gets chipped away down to about 70. Matties just jiggling, can molly off the window position. Crims has seen at least a lurk against Nubik, so this is going to hope to try and stall the B split potential.
Forzy's shot connects on Blame F, so there's your start back at CT Spawn. All of them will form up towards the A execution. You've got Jambo and Fear. Jambo having a hell of a map as well in that last one, and for very good reason. Good shot of the first. Forzy and Mikey trade it. Fear gets back on the attack here. Detour's going to trade it to a 1-on-1. 1v2 clutch for him overall. AK recovered, and Crims coming in real quick here towards short. He's going to slow it down, protect the information. Wait for Detour to make the move here. But time's going to force him to make the action. He's got to find the retake. He's got a kit at least. Head seen. Picks his moment, but misses by a hair's width. And now Detour can just stay put. Crims needs to swing up. When's he going to find his man? When's Detour going to make the swing and the strike? Trick burst from both sides. The M4 continues to look for the headshot. And finally, Crims will get it. And he'll get the round with a defuse in for Fnatic.
And what's been probably quite tilting and frustrating for Detour in particular is he's typically a great clutcher. He's the best clutcher on Eclot, and he's set up a lot of good clutch situations. I think back to the near 1v3 that he had on Inferno. I think about that 1v1. He's getting himself in good positions. He's just not quite finding that last bullet connection. And for a player that needs to get a lot of confidence behind him, I wonder if that's going to get to him. I wonder if that's going to start affecting the mental that he's not winning these clutches.
Could well do. Things have been rather awkward from Eclot in general in this series. Jambo has struck first on Mikey. Frag to find on the AWP. Not like there's much resistance from Eclot here, though. They're not forcing into this one. The Eagles are out, so they're going to try and output some damage. If they find the round still, then great, but you are not banking on it here.
Jambo is very much out of position. The problem is they couldn't quite jump on that timing. He gets back out towards the car, and unfortunately for an eco, when you've got no flashes, if you go short to A against the AWP, it's basically over. You need a miracle to try and trade him, so that's why they're going to start grouping towards B instead.
Jambo, another good pick on the AWP. Crims can trade back on E-Live as well. They potentially have the kill for Blame F has been negated. One more man seen. No way in for Forzy. Only a matter of time before he falls and Fnatic gain the lead.
I can't wait for Fnatic to qualify and then the local audience to say, who's Crims? I haven't heard from him recently. Is this meant to be a tier 1 player? Yeah, I don't know. All the young Zoomers just got no idea who he is.
No respect for history, you lot.
Yeah, true. Sod all the 18-year-olds that just don't know about the major winners, the glory days of Fnatic. It feels mental that is 10 years ago.
Yeah. Man, to think we're coming up, are we past 10 years since Cologne? Cologne 2015?
Well, Katowice and Cologne was both 2015. I don't remember the dates.
I'm trying to remember the exact date for Cologne 2015, because that was the day where I saw like a proper esports match in CS for the first time.
You saw the vision.
This is what I want to do in my life. And I was, you know, rest is history, isn't it?
I always remember the Apex where he's peeking into 4 AWPs. That one's always a classic on Dust 2.
that was in that match. That was in that match.
And then
I remember I watched it at the time and I thought it was the funniest thing ever.
I'm trying to remember. Is that the same match where it's like the flusher knife at the back of Plat? Yeah, on B. Yep.
Never forget that. Such excellence across the board there. So good old Dust 2. And good old Jambo, another opening pick on the AWP. Matty's a flick back to connect on damage to Newbie. Didn't quite hit the head. But even so, lightning fast reactions and a smoke incendiary, I should say, down to that entrance means that they can't make any further progress in the tunnels. Eclot are stalled. Forzy's trying to act out along to make some noise, try and drive them away, but they've seen so much information back at the tunnels. It doesn't stop Fnatic from stacking up on the A bomb site, though. Matty's will be the solo defender of B.
He's got a smoke, and if he times this right, it's perfect timing. Now Eclot have to cancel. They can't go B. And that's such a shame, because that could have been the funnel. That could have been the trap if they get themselves exposed on B.
And that gives Fnatic time to start rotating back away. They haven't seen the execution on A, so Crims will join the party. Smoked off at the doors, but he'll get towards the window. Molotov's towards the back of Plat. sees the two swinging out. Eli picks him up, and now the bomb gets dropped. Secondary adjustment back for Matties. Ah, the triple sequence as well. He's on form now. Eclot shut down.
A cold from Matties, playing anti-flash out there from the big box, using Crims as just a bait, take that attention away, and then just slightly overextend the angle. Peek to the right-hand side, use the verticality. That's just pure quality out there on B. And for Eclot, they're just losing the edge consistently in map 1 and in map 2. It just feels like it's one of these best of threes where they're not even making big mistakes. It's not as if they're missing util or maybe players aren't hitting the shots that they're hitting. They're just going up and against an opponent that's stronger than them today, and they're not able to compete.
Well and truly overwhelming from Fnatic. The longer this goes on, the less you see of Eclot's chances. Hero AK for Forzi. Mikey's Deagle trying to lean in towards mid. Looking the spot, but down and out to BlameF. See if the AK can force out a bomb plot on the B-bomb site. Smoke comes in immediately towards the tunnels, though. The Fnatic have just timed these things so well.
And it's got to be such a long time since Matties had played at a Czech LAN, because the MCR that I mentioned was out in Slovakia, and that was, what, at the end of 2023? And then he's been on Fnatic since then. So it's been at least 18 months, potentially even 2 years, since he's played at a Czech LAN.
Opportunity to open up for him to take back the throne. Especially because Fnatic feel like they are well on form to make this very simple affair on Dust 2 Eclot. Still early doors, but even so, Jambo and his missed shot back there. AK's in hand. They do get a couple kills out. Nubik will trade one. The AK picked up cannot apply to Fear, who holds the back lines, holds the AWP, holds the round, holds the 5-2 for Fnatic. Holds the 5-round streak of Fnatic.
Well, I want to ask you, Jay, out of all the teams that have qualified to LAN so far, who's caught your eye the most? Who are you most excited about to get into the LAN finals?
9, honestly, just because they've actually looked good today. And if they carry that into a LAN environment, because even if Blakey was saying earlier, like, maybe it's because these are LAN players not doing well online. I mean, if they're now in LAN, well, this is where they can do extremely well.
Sure.
I mean, honestly, I think there's a lot of interest in all of the squads that have made their way to LAN, because there's just so many things to talk about with them. I mean, 500 and their resurgence and bouncing back from the MRQ. I mean, for Enter Fnatic, it's the same sort of thing, but Ents obviously were defeated by Bait in that decider matchup, or that playoff matchup that didn't get them into against Astralis. For Fnatic, of course, the disaster run they had in the MRQ.
Wasn't as much of a disaster as 500, at least.
Yeah, that's true. Still, 1-3 Swiss is 1-3 Swiss. Fnatic will not like that. What they will like is a playoff position. Look at the forward face here towards the tunnels. Jambo's AWP is caught, but watch out for BlameF. Double AWP setup involved. He's not going to see anybody. Extension's not quite there for him. Fear. HG just missed the body block on Mikey. Positioning himself out towards the corner to wait for Longhouse contact. Wind the fight alongside Crimson from mid. Eli trades back one. That's the bomb been seen though. Detour. Can he find a responsive, or will he just give information away towards the CT side and know that Eclot would be divided?
It's really strange to see BlameF on the AWP. I know that he's playing a B-site anchor in this round in particular, where he's tried to scale up the angle, take the space away, but I kind of want that AWP off of his hands as quickly as possible, because the amount of rifle power that you get from him, I think it's just wasted with him having an AWP.
What are you talking about? Legendary Danish AWP of BlameF?
Oh, yes, of course. Bait F, done it again.
He's fortunate not to lose anything in this round if Fnatic don't see contact there in the tunnels and he can keep it. So it does mean we're probably going to see a secondary double ups out round.
We saw quite a lot of AWPing from non-AWP players in yesterday's play-in games, both in regulation and in the overtimes.
Jesus, Jambo, that's fast.
Is he coming? Is he?
It's super.
The clock is coming. I can see the clock going down. I'm thinking it is happening. It just got to wait for it.
Well, that super slow-mo action. Minimum 6 to fnatic. Matties is going to get caught aggressive at least. So there's one pick back. Two double scouts in for Eclot here. They've got Mikey on one, Nubik on another. An AK to work with at least. BlameF so close to spotting the man. The smoke's in the way though. Jambo gets him instead. Short access is claimed. Nubik lean in and BlameF shuts him down. He gets his AWP frag in the end. Tech 9 of Eli have almost caught Jambo off guard, but the USP is quickly switched out to the Deagle from range. Cannot hit. And fnatic now have the half and just don't look like they're slowing down. Unfortunately, Eclot doing nothing to resist them. 7-2. And 7 in a row.
Well, now I start wondering, who are the Czechia fans going to support? Are they going to support fnatic because they've got Maddies? Or are they not going to support fnatic because they knocked out Eclot? That's how I'm looking at things.
There's only one way to find out, that's to go towards LAN.
This is a tough watch, because I think even for Eclot, I know that it's been an underwhelming start to the year. They've made some, what I would say is aggressive changes post-RMR to get rid of Kriaz as the in-game leader, bring in the Eli, who hasn't worked with the most successful of teams in the region, bring in a star player of Mikey to replace Blitz, and they just feel a bit average with the results. They've had some good moments at times, but it's not what you're hoping for, and it's been a long 5 months now.
Yeah. It is a tough watch, you're right about that. The Eclot. This could have been so much more for them, and I hoped for a competitive game, I really did. The fnatic have come into this match to play. They know what they stand to lose and what they stand to gain. Jambo protected by that smoke, and Eclot in prime position to punish that extension on shore. Maybe extend out towards mid to B instead. BlameF's AWP again strikes on Nubik. Mikey walking up. Matties has been seen with burst to the head. Now all on Crimson. Actually, Mikey may have made a hero-like moment work towards his favor. The HGs on the smokes do not reveal Detour. He's close range. Jambo, is he going to be ready for him though? AK with the AWP tunnel vision towards mid. Just takes the kill on the first man. That will force fnatic into the save call. Eclot will finally break the streak and all down to Mikey and his forward play.
Well, it's a really awkward timing because normally it's been the AWPs maintaining mid. BlameF's been holding it quite consistently. Jambo's kind of been doing the same. And then Mikey just finds a window of opportunity where there's just no mid player and he walks out completely. I mean, contact is basically made as he gets to the window there on B. Excellent work from Mikey and finally a little bit of something being generated from them.
It's only a little bit of something though. First round, we've seen them look rather decent. fnatic have been all over them, so they will be buying into this round because they've got all the money in the world, and they'll combine the next round as well if they need to. 7-5 is the best case scoreline for Eclot. And they'll be at the deficit. fnatic could still maintain 9-3, and if they do that here like they did on Inferno, then we saw how Inferno went.
Eclot need to get as much out of this as possible. Unfortunately for Forzy, even though he's been bringing the AWP out, just not been able to find connections. No matter where he puts it, down on short, out there at top mid, it feels like he's just always getting caught by Jambo. And Mikey can smoke off CT spawn, but for fnatic, it's a passive line of engagement where at least this time around they are watching for what could be a walk attempt out from mid.
What a HG. He placed so well on Mikey. Going down a 5 HP to another HG. They're coming out towards the B bomb site quick. Out the open is Crims, caught by switching utility towards Matty's Detour. Has made the double entries happen this time. Eclot's finally beginning to truly answer back.
But for Fnatic, they just get caught in a timing there. Eli should get the player out towards spawn. AK might have to try and back off and wait for teammates to come in. Alrighty, Eclot have got something to work with now.
Indeed they do. Decent T-side stance to walk off the back of in the second half, because if they had gone down as far as they were looking to go, then there would have been nothing. Like you said off Inferno, no matter what we want to talk about in the second half of things, the 9-3 deficit was ultimately the key reason why Eclot conceded as much. 8-4 will, at the very least, be better, but they really are looking for that 5th round. It won't come easy, though. Blyde's going to look strong for Fnatic to close their defensive half.
Fnatic and Eclot, one of these matchups where it's felt almost from the word go that it's gone one-sided. And now this is where the Eli just needs to kind of put his foot down, start applying a bit of pressure, get yourself a round streak, get yourself out to 5, look to try and challenge the start of the second half, winning pistol, winning first gun round. And just starting to encapsulate what potentially could be a 3rd map decider. I don't think at any point in this series has it felt like Eclot have challenged a map. But these last couple of rounds, I'm starting to believe a little bit.
I'll turn in my belief, I'll give you that much. They just need a little bit more, though. Quick out for Detour, Fear with 2 on the mowdown. HG sent, smokes up, Mikey's going to get blocked, and Blame F just gets his pick in alongside Jambo as well. Just overwhelmingly stomping from Fnatic, and I think Matties knows exactly where Forzy is. Bit more like it to close the half at 8-4. Fnatic are back on a roll.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
8-4 at the turn. Fnatic still looking good. And that last round really applying that pressure. It was a perfect round. No one took any damage. Eclot still have a deficit to bring back here. They brought out 4 rounds with a pistol win in the second half of Inferno. Might have to do the same thing here to stay alive here on Dust 2, especially without pressuring Fnatic have been, without confident Fnatic have been.
I didn't even notice the lack of numbers that Nubik has been putting up. I'd say that he's normally one of the star riflers, very consistent. 2 and 11 going into the second half.
Lacking performance from his part. Maybe another key reason as to why things are going so wrong.
Had a quiet map 1 too, 10 and 15 on Inferno.
Maybe if he can raise that basement, Eclot will get given a lifeline. They've let a lot of map control go the way of Fnatic. Mid, uncontested. Short is where they hold up in right now. There's only one player on the B defense, that being Detour on the Julies. Smoke's coming down to telegraph some sort of mid to B play, but it's all seeming to come up towards that position as well. Crims will hold inside of the tunnels. Micah's going to hear those footsteps. Crims to get this kill in. Detour checks it, and there goes the casualty. Now the CT start their rotations. McCain defend the bomb site. USP and Mikey, very messy fight, but it comes towards his favour as Fear goes down. The bomb will get planted. The retake is on as Blame F gets one pick back in mid. He is traded by Eli. Jambo needs to get some sort of fright back on his player in the tunnels. He finally secures him. Now it's all of the CT rotators, and Jambo is all alone to do so. 1v3, can't get the heads. And Eclot retake the site for a pistol win.
Well, it's good work from Dittor, in which he's kind of denied the split, hasn't he? As soon as he's gone aggressive into the upper tunnels and he's dealt with the lurk, it means that the only access that Fnatic have is through the window and through the doors. They don't have that crunching ability. The Julie's just taking a lot of attention away. And then the cutting of the rotates out from mid is denied pretty quickly from Fnatic. That's that one important kill. Came in very quickly against Crims.
Well, there's one thing you can give Eclot praise for, it's the pistol wins. All 4 of them in this series have been claimed by Eclot.
That's rare to see a team not only win 4 for 4 in pistols, but be on the, I guess, favoured side of losing the best of 3 series 0-2.
T-side still with a lot of favoritism. The bomb plant bonus is actually not going to lead itself into a fourth fight for Fnatic. They want to get those rounds out early, and that's the reason why. Matty's just drive-bys Forzy. Eli and Mikey can hold together. They still lose another one of those picks, and Eli roughly detected beyond that smoke. Fear can't finish him. The bomb was dropped as well, so Fnatic now lost their leverage. See if they can get that third pick out of the round. Crims is creeping closer. The bomb was dropped over at CT as well, so this might get even more difficult for the T-side line. No, it was actually dropped there on top of short, but with the Crimson's death, it doesn't matter anyway. Fear 1v3 to get one more pick out of it.
Bit of a shame that they don't quite catch the Eli, considering how much damage they really put against him. This P250 would just like one more, make the CT uncomfortable with the money line. I mean, that's something that we've seen from the Pistols, is even though it's been very good starts to all of the halves, they've struggled on the anti-eco. So as soon as we get into the first gun round, you lose it, and you just double eco, you reset, your money is just always atrocious.
And 2 players are low, so if Fear gets his position right, he might just be able to claim a bit more than just a single pick. Detour swings on him, so not going to be allowed. 6 for Eclot. Fnatic on the bye.
And for Fnatic, I think they just know 1 or 2 good gun rounds is not only going to be able to disrupt the money state, but also just the mental power. What's the tilt going to be like if they don't get off to a positive start in the second half? Are we just going to be able to overwhelm them completely? It's been comfortable on both maps so far from the internationals, and you only expect it to continue on this gun round. This is key swing round opportunity.
Fnatic could cripple them. They know it. The economies of both teams investing. At least Fnatic have lost bonus to fall back on. Eclot do not.
Good timing to exploit mid. No mid player from the CTs.
Saw something similar from Mikey in the last half. Oh, almost got caught on timing himself. Out towards CT. HEs will come down, do some damage, but Jambo's going to get the kill. Detour and Nubik need to defend because Jambo's cut off the rotators and they might not even get a chance to defend. They will find them on the swing back, but the A site being opened up by those 2 kills leaves Fnatic in with a plant, a man advantage, and probably no retake from the opposition. A kill comes in from Eli towards top mid, so 3-on-3 established, but Fnatic have got smokes on their entryways.
It looked like they were going to go for it, just that split hesitation. Now, if they hold on to 3, they can still give themselves a pretty good buy round into the next. It depends if they get tempted. Do they get baited into trying to tempt this 3v3?
Fnatic. They took all these players out. There'll be nothing for Eclot to work with. And with that kill on Nubik, Eli's committed all the way up towards long, so he's in the open. He can't just run. He has to stick around and fight, at least defend himself somewhat, and he just gets picked up. Detour, the only player to hold on to a rifle, the only man to survive. Fnatic on 9. Broken economy state, the reset ensues. At least there's some high rollers. At least there's a rifle that's saved over from the previous, but he can't drop anyone. Fnatic. As has been the case for the majority of this matchup, it's been pistol conversion response from Fnatic. It was in the first half. It's in the second half. It was the same thing as well for the first half of Inferno. best streak that Eclot have converted upon their pistol win was the 4 in the second half of that last map. And it couldn't come at a worse time. Tactical pause because they are on the precipice of defeat.
I can certainly appreciate the confidence and the gutsy nature to attempt that 3v3. I think one of the worst thing an underrated in-game leader or maybe an underdog in-game leader can do is just always play the percentage, right? Just keep saving and think, oh, we'll get him in the next round, we'll get him in the next. Eventually, you do need to put your foot down. I think he's been quite aggressive with some of these calls. It's the unfortunate nature that if it doesn't work out, you're going to get punished for it. I mean, look at Fnatic. You had Jambo, who was 24 and 12 on map number 1, and he's now 15 and 8. For an AWPer, who hasn't even had the AWP in his hands much on Dust 2, he's individually been outclassing.
Frags to start for the CT side. Dieter, I think he takes down his own teammate. All blinded by those flashbangs put out by Fnatic, but they find zero success out there. A bomb isolated in mid. Crims could end up conceding the round. Ubik and Mikey. 2 men set and ready. Please. Oh, they found a lineup. Crims toes down, however, so they have lost that bomb and can get recovered quickly by PLAYzone, who gets only damage on the next trade attempt. Now it's Fear alone in the 1-on-4 Eclot. They needed a break like this. Only 1 casualty taken off the back of that long challenge. Fnatic have been responded to in kind. Money is only halfway there. I'm looking at the blind menu though. What's the call?
Well, it was just constant pressure from Eclot. You have them fighting heavily out towards long. Even though it's an unfortunate TK, it's a man up, but yet they're still searching mid. They're still making it quite uncomfortable for the default. And I think that's probably the right way to play in this second half against Fnatic. Don't give them freedom of space. Don't just allow them to dictate pace. Keep the pressure up. fawzy aggressively out from short, struggling, but does go 1-for-1.
Counter flash from Mikey will stop them from getting right towards that M4 rather. But Jammer will get there soon enough. So there's another rifle to play with here for the T side. He's the other man that's on Kevlar. That smoke is awful. Might give an angle to play with for the Ukrainian if the Bloom angles correctly, but it doesn't give him enough. They will block the T side. They won't opt to stay inside the smokes. They won't wait for it to fade. Jammer's making some noise to ensure their attention is pulled away from the B bomb. There's red hits coming in. He actually swings for a casualty. Sees that next man as well. That draws Dieter out of the bomb site. Eli can finally get the kill. Now Fnatic have to go.
You have to try and work that timing because Dittor's now come back in, and this is where he could be on for the multi.
Fear and Crim swing out first. PLAYzone can use that bait for a kill back and a follow-up as well. Low HP for him. Fear's got no Kevlar. But Eli is in a 1-on-2. Smoke's in the way. Fear close towards it as well. Is he going to sneak through the door? Might consider it. A backstab from PLAYzone also closing in. So Eli's on a timer. Leaning forwards. Smoke will fade. Man's going to be seen, and Fear connects his headshot. Fnatic get an even better steal to the Eclot side. One with very little investment by comparison. And PLAYzone making everything work.
Oh, that's such a kick in the teeth, because first off, what's Jambo even doing? He's just, what, wide swinging solo with the M4 towards short? I guess on an eco, you want to try and catch the opposition off guard and make it awkward from them, but it's such a boneheaded play when they start leaning out towards B. And then even for the anchor of Dittor, he probably should be getting 2 there. And then secondly, whoever was on rotate out from mid needed to get that trade against PLAYzone, and they just couldn't do that either.
Jambo struck early in this round. Eclot forcing the issue because they've got nothing to play with here. They're going to be playing for overtime if this round doesn't get won.
Feels like we're going to get another 13-7.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Fnatic have just been the better team. They've looked the better squad. They've had the better duels. They've had the better setups. Eclot can't contend, it seems. Eli tries to. Deagle headshot on PLAYzone, an AK that they can pick up and contend with. The long attack now begins from the Fnatic forces. The smokes, flashbangs over. Scout of Mike, you're going to get blinded as the Eli, get caught on the reload. Fear with a kill, double up, perfect headshot. Triple doesn't quite get found, and now fawzy generates his threat. Dieter also involved, getting down towards the CT cross smoke. One's going to get picked on the command in the next 50 seconds. The AWP scene, his man gets his kill as Crim's found fawzy in the open, and Fnatic are closing in on the win.
Eclot have put in what I would say is an okay shift in this best of 3. I don't think it's been a good shift, and I'm sure the majority of the guys will look at this on reflection and say we've played better. I mean, I look at some of the tournaments, the top 4 they got in Compass, Qatar, the European Pro League that they were able to win, one of the Compass tournaments earlier in the year that they were able to win. And I think at times we've seen them really strike and look like they can be a threat in Tier 2. I just haven't seen it in this best of 3 today, unfortunately.
Harsh eco for Eclot, they're playing for OT. I don't think they've got the chops to do it though. Fnatic have just been overwhelming from the start to the finish of this matchup, and I'm deflated because I hoped that there would be a fight here. I hope that Eclot would give some sort of, you know, like just something of substance in a match that would qualify them to the home LAN. What an opportunity it would be to take on international competition of the level of ENTS and 9 and 500 in your hometown. But instead, Fnatic are here to kill the Tream before it even gets going. First frag for Jambo. He's killed Detour. Mikey, gets caught switching to utility. The flashbang didn't even catch him. Blame F round the corner in mid door. Forzy's down. Eli in a car. Needs a hero-like sequence. Can only get one. Nubik in a 1-on-4 is consigned to his fate. Eclot cannot do it. And the 3-2 Swiss into this decider matchup, they will be eliminated. And before they get to Prague, Fnatic, however, will win this series. A 13-7 on both maps and a 2-0 overall. They booked the last spot in the Conquest of Prague.
And for Fnatic, first LAN in 2025, it feels good to be able to at least find redemption. They qualified to the last major, couldn't even hold up in the MRQ, but this time around, they do make it happen, and in a pretty clean fashion. I mean, they kind of steamrolled over the majority of teams in the Swiss stage. They come to a play-in game. Yeah, you might say they had an easier draw. Well, of course they did. They're a 3-0 team, aren't they? They're going to get the best seed.
Yeah, this was quite a shame for Fnatic as well. It's like, look, my key takeaway here and my key disappointment is the fact that it didn't look competitive from Eclot, right? It's just that I understand, obviously, that the better seed was always going to be Fnatic in this context, that there was going to be some concerns for Eclot in that regard that they take on this team. I mean, the alternative was Navi Junior, so I don't know if that would have been any better. Although, that being said, Navi Junior did lose out today, so maybe there would have been something more towards them. But it's just like the fact that they didn't give us enough of that substance. Like, again, the majority of their rounds came off the back of pistols. The 4-round streak on the last map up, on the first map up, I should say, that was down to a pistol conversion, a rifle win, and then eventually Fnatic took over and won the streak. Exact same situation here. Pistol and conversion in both of the first halves and second halves of the last map, and then just nothing more after that.
Well, I think, unfortunately, it comes down to maybe playing too many officials. I know that you and I have spoken to the Eli in the past, and he's kind of said vocally, we don't mind. We're used to grinding. We know what it's like. But I think someone from management needs to step in here, take responsibility, and stop accepting so many tournament invites. Because from my point of view, if I'm looking at Eclot, it doesn't matter where you are on the VRS. You have to be here at the Tipsport LAN. You have to be here in Prague against what is going to be a home crowd, against international competition. That, to me, is a bigger goal than being a top-end Tier 2 team with the players that they have and the organisation that they have. And the fact that you've come into a playing game where you haven't even shown anything at all, it's underwhelming and something needs to change.
It's that alternate attacks thing from last year that I mentioned, is that I'm just so sick and tired of seeing that team because they never seem to improve, and I don't want Eclot to become that. I mean, they've got 3 tournaments on the go now that have been eliminated from Conquest to Prague. They've got Compass, they've got Y Games, and they're going to have Rainbet Cup coming up soon as the playoff invites in that competition. So that's already just 3 tournaments they're playing in consecutively all at the same time here and now. So look, things look good for Fnatic on the contrary. And with that victory as well, we can also tell you exactly what the playoffs are going to look like when it comes to that Prague LAN. 500 will take on ENTS in the opening matchup, and 9 will take on Fnatic in their opening game. Of course, double elim bracket for you. So play that over the course of 3 days. Plenty of action to see as well, Dwight. And give me some quick impressions about how those first few matches will play out there.
Well, for 500 and for ENTS, it's starting to become a little bit of a rivalry because they played each other in the MRQ. They played each other in the main Swiss stage here 500 would love to be able to eventually try and get the one up now that you're playing on LAN and you're in a bit of a different environment. I look at 9 and think they've capped off the first section of the year on a really good high note, qualifying to this LAN. And in theory, knowing that you got to a LAN Grand Final only last month, and now we're in a position where you've got LAN players to step up against some strong teams in Tier 2, I think it's a really good showing to see if they can back up, level up Lund, and try and get into another final.
Indeed, they are taking another very scary Fnatic, though. I have to say, it looked completely lights out in this particular best of 3. So as they make their way into the final battle in the Conquest of Prague, it looks like our online season has come to a close at Dweg. So those are the dates for you, of course, the 30th of May to the 1st of June. That's when we will be heading to Praha, and that's when we'll be deciding who will be the conquerors of Prague itself. So, look, have we got the right teams in the right places here, Dweg? Have we got the appropriate top 4?
I don't think there's been too many surprises outside of maybe Passion not putting up enough of a fight considering their recent run-up, you might say. But the clear and obvious one has to be Navi Junior, with how good they've looked recently, with how they've come off of the back of winning 2 tournament runs. I think they're the only one out of the 4 that you can honestly look at and say they should have been there. But if you can't win your decided play-in game, then you don't deserve to be there at all.
Well, and that ultimately is what happened there towards them in this matchup. And as we said so far as well, like for all the teams that can do better on LAN, you have to do well in the online environment to get to those LANs, and that's what many failed to do so here in the competition and all. And we started with 16 and we're down to just 4 teams, and we'll have to see them all in person when it comes to Prague itself. So we're looking forward to how that's going to go, Dweg. I'm excited. I want to get some closing thoughts on the online season, though. How do you think everything has gone?
It's been nice to see some newer faces. I mean, even when we think about the main Swiss, we got to see Maestro. We got to be able to see teams like Cubics do quite well. So I think it's been nice to open up the open qualifiers to try and get some of these new faces in for what is mainly been a locked out Czechia scene for the better part of the last few years. Been very few international teams to be able to come to LANs in Prague. So nice that we finally get some new faces and we get some new countries being involved.
Well, make sure you mark your dates in the calendar. Again, 30th of May is when the LAN will kick off. I think you can still get tickets as well if you're in the Czech Republic, and if you actually want to go and travel there, I mean, maybe you might see some other familiar faces there as well. We'll see how that all plays out. But look, for the online season, we have to bid you adieu. It's been a very great pleasure from us all, and we'll see you back here for the LAN. But until that point, on behalf of myself, the Italian Dre, my co-commentator Dweg, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at Conquest of Prague, I want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. We'll see you back here for the LAN finals, but until that day, it's good night and goodbye.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.